Hello. Lemmy, Auntie. Wait. You're at work? Lemmy, you're at work? No. The queue is not enabled, but it is. It is enabled. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no, it's not. I forgot. I had to redo it. Okay, it's enabled. Okay, now you can do it. Kurt has been hacked. She's never been on at this time. You are exactly correct. I was actually going to go live at 9. And then I realized my computer was way too fucking hot. So I decided to go ahead and install my new air cooler, water cooler thingy. Uh-oh. Somebody didn't load up marbles. Hold on, let's remedy that. You want to choose for after the sort. The mag. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, it's downloading. Marbles is downloading. Yes. Hello, Hayes. How are you? Let's go up here. I think one of my dogs might have just farted. Lumi, hello. I love you. I'm sorry that you're at work, but I hope I get to see you again sometime very soon. Anfi, hello, sir. How the fuck are you? Ooh. Professional streamer, that's exactly correct.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello, motherfucker.
Zabber Beast and Loser. Loser, you're not a loser. What? Descolor, hello. Sunday, hello. Okay, I can't read chat for some reason. Okay, Marbles it is still installing. Wait, can you see my tongue? You totally could.
I wasn't finished.
Let's see. Anfi says I've been hacked. I have absolutely been hacked. And thank you for giving Lumi a shout out. Did we get a shout out for Anfi? Let's see. Chaos, how the fuck's it going? It wasn't the dog that farted, it was me. You got me. You got me, he's right. It was me that farted, I outed myself. Hey, you can't see my mouth moving very much. Hold on. Let's see, calibrate. Okay, is my mouth moving better now? No. You have to be right back? Okay, Hayes. I will be here. I will be here patiently waiting for you. Hello, Meat. How's it going, man? I'm keeping Meat's hours today. Black suit, hello. How are you doing? Okay, can you guys hear the music very well? I had to run, what's it called? I can't remember what it's called. What is the program that I use to... Oh, Spotify. Me, thank you so much for the resub. Meat has been subbed for 46 months. 46 motherfucking months. We need some love for Meat. Exclamation point love in chat. Do it! Black suit for 24 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate your continued love. Exclamation point love in chat for black suits.
Listen,
you are on there looking for a new job.
Nice
what?
Person. I don't need any of that fucking
What's
shit.
going on with your job? There's a Cinder lady here. Hello. Oh, wait. My bot needs to be resubbed. Hold on. I have to go fix that real quick. Wait, how do I fix it? No, it's not that browser. Is it this browser? Hold on. Is it the... Oh, no, it's going to make me log in again. No. No, that's not the right password. What?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hold on. Oh, no. Let's see. No, it's not. Okay, the bot's not going to have any emotes today. Daggone it.
Hello, motherfucker.
No one paying attention, I understand. The bot's not going to have any emotes today because I can't get logged into my bot account. I use my Prime sub to sub my own bot. But yes. Okay, that's frustrating. And now my laptop is being a poop. Stop being a poop! Did I... Oh, no, I didn't try password 123. No, I didn't. Let me try that. Let's see. I'm scrolling. Chaos broke the... Chaos broke the bot. Well, he might have broke the bot, but I can't catch up in chat because there's so many bot breaking messages.
Victory screech!
Halumpa, hello. How are you? How are you? I don't have fishing yet, Sunday. I don't have fishing yet. Sometime, maybe. Let's see. Okay, I don't have fishing, but Wisebot thinks that I do. So Wisebot says Sunday caught a shoe. And Siri. I'm not talking to you, Siri. I'm not. Cinder says, hello, beautiful, sexy lady. Am I dreaming you? No, actually, you're not. But we can't play marbles, evidently, because marbles is broke. Marbles is not loading. So we'll just go over here. We'll just go over here. If it ever opens, that'll be good. Let's see. That is right. That is right. Okay. All right. MLB, hello. No, not noticing the password issues. I have my... Okay, I probably shouldn't say this, but my password is the same for my Twitch account and my bot account, but it's not working. Cinder, I didn't call you a cunt today. I called you a motherfucking cunt.
Hello there.
Get it right, Anthe. Raskus, hello. How are you? Okay, my laptop browser is being a poop. So this is kind of annoying. The bot is not botting correctly. You're exactly correct. Daggone it. So guys, my processor is a cool 57 degrees. Of course you like pie. Of course you do. Fuck him right, exactly. Hello, Rogue. How are you? Everything is being a poop today, yes. Listen, cunt. Accept my love. Take it. Take it whether you want it or not, Anthe. Take it. Okay, let's see. Oh, wait. Marbles did load. Marbles did load. Is it up? Come on. Show up on the screen. There we go. Yeah, well, I started setting up earlier. And before I even pressed the go live button, my processor was 84 degrees. So it was hot. Anonymous gifted a 12-month tier 1 sub to Anthe. Oh my god! I wonder who it was. I wonder who it was. Thank you so much, Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. And Anthe, you get 12 whole months of no ads. How about that? So thank you. And Anthe thanks you too. My poor bot. All right, let's... Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous, we appreciate the fuck out of you. It is a Cooler Master 360 Atmos. It's pretty. It's pretty, but for some reason my RAM lights aren't on. So I have to figure that out in a little bit. Does Anonymous know how bad Infi is? I don't know. I don't know. Possibly they know. Okay, let me find a race here. Okay, but we don't want a forever long race. Let's amazing of the air. Your job is to destroy the bot. Yes. Ignore the join on Warframe for me. I want to join Marbles. Okay, I got you. Rage, hello. Are my shoutouts not working? Because Rage should have gotten a flat out. Flat out. Shout out. Hold on. Rage should have gotten a shout out. And I don't remember hearing an Anthe shout out. No, fuck you. You did get the shout out? Let's see, Anthe. You know what? Does it show up on the screen? It's not showing up on the screen. Oh, is our thing broken that we usually have? Is it broke?
How long is this going to take?
Only in chat. Well, that's weird. Okay, we're gonna have to figure out what's going on with that. And Anthe, thank you for the bits. He gigantified. Fuck you! Is Twitch broken? Well, that's no good. I gotta turn my lights down some. So my camera might not be able to see my face as well. We'll see. I don't want to go blind. I'm already starting to get a headache, and that's not good because we just started. We just started. All right, you guys. All right, who missed me the most? Here's 11 months and 23 days and 19. Lucian, hello. Oh my gosh, I didn't get that. There was no sound. There was no sound for that raid. Oh my gosh. Lucian, thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate that very much. But now I'm scared. My alerts aren't making sounds. That's kind of scary. What did I do to break it?
Hello, motherfucker.
I swear it used to work. Did we get a shout out for Lucian? Let's see. Oh wait, let's see if my shout out button doesn't work. No. My Stream Deck button isn't working. This one does though. I didn't miss you at all. I was enjoying the peace and quiet. Rude. Rude. Much was going on. Tell all and amplify. Let's see. Nothing exciting. Crimson, hello. That's the bot though. Yes. Sortok, hello. Did I say hello to you yet, Sortok? I think maybe. I don't know if I did or not. Open the chest. There's a hype chest. What is it? It says open it. Oh my god, you guys. Look at that fucking emote that I just got. Oh my god, that is the most adorable emote I have ever seen in my whole life. Wait, can I... Is it in my... No, it's not in there. My emotes. Where is it? I need it! I can't find it! I can't find it. So frick. Well, I'll find it in here someplace. I can't find it right now. I give up. Fuck you, Chaos. Someone ban Chaos. Ban Chaos. Yes. All right, guys. Everyone type in !play. We're going to play 2 games of marbles. We're going to give away motherfucking money to the first and second place peeps. Look at the hype section. Okay, let me see. What's this? Okay, in OBS, I think it's not in there under OBS. Oh, no, hold on. Type. No, I don't see it. I don't freaking see it. But I see this. It's a reindeer dog. Wait, let me see if it's on my laptop. Month after December. Hello, January. Okay, I don't see it. My emotes to Mod King, and nah, we don't want him getting too full of himself. Okay, I'm gonna figure it out, but it's evidently not gonna be today. Daggone. You want to do a giveaway for a Zaku? I actually didn't set up a fancy giveaway for today. I just set up a because I wasn't sure if anyone was going to be awake. So I set up a 3 MFnMoney giveaway for all of you that type in ! giveaway after you're here for 10 minutes or 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. And so I don't know if I have a Zaku. We'll have to see, but I'll give away something better next time. We'll go back to normal next time. I just yeah. Did I join the race? Yes, look at all these plain white balls. Super plain. All right, you guys, I'm going to start kicking you guys that don't get a fancy ball. What's normal? Wait, Anthe, it didn't say anything to you. Type in ! giveaway, a space, and the number 1. Maybe I... Oh! Why would I want to be normal? I'm holding the new guitar. Oh. We are going to... I'm going to switch scenes for just a second because I forgot to get a message off of this one. Copy. Okay, this says, after being here for 10 minutes, type in blah, blah, blah to win. Do you guys all know what motherfucking money is? Let me post this. Is that it? No, that's not it. This one? There we go. That will teach you about what motherfucking money is, and that is what we are going to be giving away a bunch of today. This is the first you're hearing of it, Desk Scholar. Well, this is your first time here, so that's completely understandable. But motherfucking money is a currency that I give away here in stream on Discord and sometimes on my website. You think you have some money, Chris? You may. You may. So you can use that money to redeem stream-specific items and items from the Warframe in-game market. So I just posted the 2 links. I'll post them here again. You can click on those 2 links and learn more about it and see some of the things that you can buy. But basically, you can get anything from the Warframe in-game market once you have enough money. So the most popular things to get are slots. So like weapon slots. What is it? There's 2 or 3 different kind of slots. Yes. And then if you get, 2 motherfucking money, you get more 20 platinum worth of stuff. Anyway, go look at the links. Yes. Go look at the links. Okay, are you guys ready to do this race? No, you can get weapon slots. Did I not say that? What did I say? I think I said weapon sluts. But some other kind of sluts. Sunday's a strawberry. Casual, hello. I know, Casual. Thank you for coming in and saying hi, though. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi. Give your wife a hug from me. You like sluts too? Yes,
Get your
well,
shit together. Get it all together and
Get
put
your-
it in a backpack.
get your-
all your shit so
all
it's
your-
together. And if you gotta take it somewhere, take it somewhere, you know? Take it to the shit store and sell it.
I love that. That is fucking funny. Get your shit all together. I put it in the backpack. I put it in the backpack. Yep. I sent Emotional Kitty a message on Facebook the other day, and she didn't respond. And I'm like, oh God, because I said, hey, sexy lady. And I was like, she didn't respond. I'm like, oh my God, does she remember that it's me? I said, you know, this is Pren, right? It's not just some random weirdo flirting with you. So yes. She just pulled a me and forgot to respond. I do that a lot. FBI, open up! All right, here we go. No! Siri, stop talking. She keeps talking. All right, you guys have 53 seconds to type exclamation point play. If you want to pick a particular ball, exclamation point play, a space, and a number. Number 1 through 18. Hello, Kato. How are you? Fuck, what did you say that your name is on Warframe now? I forget. Did you change it? It's kind of the same as your name here, I think. But yes, what was I saying? Lucian, thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate that. And again, thank you so much for the raid. That was unexpected and nice. I'm not usually live when you end your stream, so I got lucky.
Just redeemed turn Prin into a wiener for 2 minutes.
You want to turn me into a wiener? Oh my God, let's see. Where's my wiener? I'm a wiener! Oh, I can't navigate. I need Anfi to teach me how to play marbles again. I've forgotten. Let's see. I do like the... oh, is that caramel? That's caramel and strawberry sauce and sprinkles. You know, for some reason, I have sprinkles in my cabinet where my spices are. I have a brand new bottle of sprinkles that's never been opened. I don't know exactly why. And why aren't they open? I wonder if they would taste good on ice cream. I don't have any ice cream, but I wonder if it would taste good on that. I'm super yummy looking. Here, wait. You think everyone has sprinkles? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know, Anfi. I wouldn't know. I don't know what that means to go down. What? Go down and then what? Someone help me. Someone help me try to understand what Anfi's talking about. Someone help me. All right, Paloompa's in the lead, followed by Cinder and January. January is here. Uh-oh, Sunny's cheating. Sunny's totally cheating. It didn't pay off. Me, I'm doing okay. I've had a migraine every day with the exception of one day for the past 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. Yeah. So I didn't feel bad at 9. So I was going to go live at 9. So that was like 6 hours ago. But then I decided to stick my new cooler in my computer. And that took way longer than I anticipated. I thought I could get it done in like 2 hours. Nope, 5. Chaos, thank you very much for those. Yes, I'm a hot dog. What do you guys want me to be next? A banana? How about a banana? Anfi, thank you for the bits. I was laughing so much about that blurb that you played. I forgot to thank you for the bits. Thank you for that. Stick your what in your... I'm not talking to you, Rage. God. I don't have a pickle set up. I could be a pickle, But the way that it is right now, it would just be clear.
Into a doggo for 2 minutes.
It would be clear. Oh, you want to see the doggo? No, I did not see that, Sunday. Good shit. Derpy's changed his name. You know that, right? Okay, so Sunday gets motherfucking money. Congratulations. Let me, how do I do that again? Money. Hold on. It's like a bike, right? All right, let's copy and paste Sunday's name. Oh, don't scroll. It's like a bike. I'll remember. Oh! Sunday, are you out of money? Did you spend... Oh! Could not give points to the... Oh, why does it say I can't... Oh, that's because I put a colon in there. Let's try that again. You veto Sunday's winnings? Wow. Okay, there we go. There we go. Money has been sent. Let's see. Yeah, you're supposed... Oh, hold on. We're in a fucking ad. We're in a fucking ad. Let's see. Damn it. Sunday, you're supposed to have 2 monies. Now you're supposed to have 2. I fixed it. Let's see. Hold on. I know. Aren't I just adorable? Hold on one second. I was not prepared, guys. I was not prepared. What's today's date? The 25th. Okay. All right. One more race. Hold on. Hello.
Look, I gotta take a leak. And when I come back, if you haven't learned how to lighten up, don't be here.
Don't be here. Thank you for the bits, Anthony. I think we'll keep Anthony. What do you guys think?
Rigged.
Aggressive, airy air. Let's do it. Cinder Lady, how the fuck are you? It's only midnight for you right now, so I'm glad that you're still awake so you could come and see me. Wait, why did my neck raise up so much? Look at that. Okay, exclamation point, play, a space, and a number. So 1 through 18 if you're not a subscriber, 1 through 31 if you are a subscriber. But if you want to be cool, type in exclamation point, play, a space, and 11. Then I'll eat you because you're sushi. I think I'm going to have sushi on my birthday. I think. Tired bitch, but I'm here with bells. They look cute, yes, and they sound super cute too. I wish I had a sound for bells. I don't have a sound for bells, sorry. All right, let's see. You guys putting balls on with skins this time. Uh-oh, Paloompa's bald. Chaos, he's a disco star. Proxy, hello. Just do it just like Meat did. He's the professional. Yeah, Ollie streamed a couple times, right? We need to start pestering him to get his ass back on. Yes, I talked to him earlier today. Not about streaming, but just a chit chat. Let's see. Who are we going to be now? Oh, you know what? No one ever turns me into the penguin. So we're going to be a penguin. Sunday is a strawberry, so he's getting eaten later. Descolor? Wait, let's see what Descolor is. Descolor's a strawberry. Echo, hello. How's it going? Rogue. Rogue is naked. Look at that. Rogue is naked. He's got no skin on. Or no clothes. He's got no clothes on. Oh, will the dances work? Hold on. Hold on. Will the dances work? Son of a bitch. Damn it! I did it wrong. Damn it, man. I did it wrong. Hold on. I wanted to show this little thing dancing, but hold on. Oh, wait. Oh, it's like this. Okay. Turn it on. Yes. Okay. Damn it! I'm upside down. These bullshits, man. Okay, what am I supposed to be? I'm going to be a banana. A banana. We're going to be a banana. Someone that's a sub needs to type in !banana. Do it. I would do it, but I can't spell. And I'm not a sub according to my there we go. I guess anybody can do it. All right, good shit. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. I've got this feeling so appealing for us to get together and sing. Sing! Oh my god, the FBI's here. Holy shitballs. Guys, the FBI's here. Alright, I'm starting the timer. Did I join? Wait, I didn't join.
Sorry.
Alright, guys, you have 1 minute.
Shinde wants Prin to sound like
a
man for
sound
2
like
minutes.
a man. Wow. Wow. So me to turn my voice changer off. Alright.
All right, voice changer off. This is my real voice.
Bitch, you want to make some motherfucking money?
Guys, type in !play a space and the number 1 or 11 or 12 or 18. But just put a number after your !play. Cinder is still lovely. She's still not naked. Who wants to see? What? What? No, I've got to stop what I was going to say. I was going to say something really inappropriate. But it was going to come off way worse than it was in my brain. Nah, it was going to come off just the same as it was in my brain. Yep. Yeah, Cinder, it's all your fault. She can't help it. She's so sexy. Oh my god, Cinder is a model that she has the outfits and clothes that she's been having on lately. Hot damn. I kind of want to go to where she is in Jumper. Deep banana or deep tea? What? I don't drink tea. What are you talking about, Palumpa? What are you talking about? Uh-oh, Roxy died. Uh-oh, Meat died. Uh-oh, month of December died. Let's see, is anyone else gonna die right here? Fuck, Chaos made it through. Anyone but Chaos. Anyone but Chaos. Chaos doesn't need any more money. Oh, okay, I should totally win, because look at how cool I look. Glowing. Deep tea, not the tea. Deep tea, not the... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it means. Uh-oh, Rogue died.
Okay, guys, we're doing something really special today. We're gonna go get standing with the motorcycle people. Okay, that's not what they're called, but do you see this shit? We're never gonna finish. The shit. I think this one's broke. This one is absolutely broke. It is rigged. You were right. Oh wait, Deathsculler finished. He won. Deathsculler, you just got your very first money. Oh my god. Oh my god. A lasagna, yes. Insane, how are you? This might be like against the law, but I bought a vegetable lasagna. It's a TV dinner. It's frozen. It's frozen, but I think it's gonna be good. Let's see. Yes, 1999. Are those not the music people, the band people? Hold on, let me. All right, Deathsculler. Let's give you some money. Deathsculler, I am so excited for you that you just got your first motherfucking money. Are you guys excited? Are you excited for Deathsculler? It might be his 100 something, but I won't tell. I'm gonna keep it a secret. Let's see. You make veggie lasagna? Well, I don't cook, so I don't cook, so yeah, the frozen kind is the best I got. All right, well, congratulations for two motherfucking money winners so far today. Oh wait, that's not the right girl. That's the right girl. She just was wrong. She looked wrong. You're gonna get me. First of all, you are a New Zealander. Chaos is a Kiwi. He cannot get me deported unless I go to Kiwi land. You can't time me out, bitch. Chaos is trying to figure out how he can. He's gonna type in 9,000 characters into chat. I just know it. All right, so I know Sunday's gonna come and play with me. Who else is coming to play with me? Did anyone else type in the command? Yes, Palumpa. No, wait, Palumpa, did you say you just wanted to join? Oh my fuck. Okay, I'm banning Chaos and Anthe right now. Motherfuckers. Echo, thank you for the lurk. Okay, all right, go. Okay, good. I couldn't remember who said that. And Meat put his name in, and I know damn good and well Meat doesn't want to come and play Warframe. I was thinking. Anthe, how are you still typing? Because I totally banned you. Totes, I banned you. All right, guys, who's coming to play? We're going to do... Here, I'm going to go. Oh, shitballs. That's not what I want to do. Yes, he is. We're going to go here. We're going to go here, and we're going to see what the bounties are. I have been running the hardest bounty on open squad because I'm a scrub. Wait, Sunday, I'm readying you up. I totally just readied you up. Oh God, please don't. Please don't, Chaos. You know what? I didn't turn on DIX. I don't know if anybody wants to scare the poop out of me or not, but I'll turn it on just in case someone does. All right. We're going to fast travel to this place right here. All right, so hold on, DIX first loading. Oh my gosh, you know what I just realized? I'm fucking hungry. Okay, start. Play with the game, yes. Okay, Dixper should be coming up. All right, let's see what we got here. Survival. This is the one that I was doing yesterday. I have 30,000 standing that I can get. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to do 30,000. All right, if no one else wants to join, it's just going to be me and Sunday and 2 randoms. Do you want to send us out into the world with randoms? Yes? Okay, let's do it. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I have to... Public. We're not scared, are we, Sunday? He's like, yeah, I'm scared. I'm totally scared. It's you, princess. Of course I'm scared. Oh, I need a controller, though. So, I think I'm at the third level. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I gotta go over here. Wait, Sunday? Do you have to do something? Let's check out. That frame right there looks really fucking cool. What is that? What frame is that? Can we inspect? No. How do you... Uh-oh. Nope, we're going. Want to see your online crew? What is that? What is that, Sunday? I don't even know what it is. Wait, can you guys hear this game sound? Yeah, you can hear it. Okay, you can hear it. You can hear it. Uh-oh. Oh! Fucking... Oh. Crashed into a wall because of that.
Fools are just begging for an infection.
Oh my god.
Target down.
The fuck? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, we have randoms. We have randoms. Whew. Scared the poop out of me. My computer lagged, and I got jump scared all at the same time. I wonder if... Oh my gosh, this is already killing my eyeballs. Do I have some... I did have some tinted... Oh, let's try the tinted glasses. Hold on, let's see. Let's see if it works. I have on tinted glasses, guys. I can't reach out, though. 448? Good shit. Oh, fucking... Who did it? Who fucking did it? Wait, it's not even telling me who did it. What the shit balls, man? I don't know who's doing it, but I don't know who did it. Wait, did I do the thing? It didn't highlight. It didn't highlight anything. Weird. Okay, I put the glasses on. I put the glasses on, but now I feel like I can't. I feel like I can't see. Oh god. I can't remember. You would kill... I can't figure out, are these guys mine or no? Nope, not mine, right?
Gotcha.
Has someone else picked him up? I changed my things, I hope. Yeah, I did. I did it a couple times and didn't realize what I was doing. It was chaos. The Parazon thingies? Yeah. Wait. This big fat thing? Oh, wait. I don't have my gun out. No wonder I'm not killing anything. Where's my gun? Is there some sort of modifier that says you only have melee? Or did I lose my gun? What the fuck is going on? Is there a modifier that says you can only use melee? Someone tell... Oh, son of a bitch. Who broke my screen? Who did it? No, I can't see anything, Chaos. Not a thing.
Remember my face while yours is melting off.
Okay, someone answer my question. Is there a modifier that says you can't use a gun? You have to use melee only. Is that a thing? Because, man, if there is, I haven't seen one yet. I have guns on. See, look, I have my Phantasmon. Where is it? It's broke.
How easily they break.
Might be... Sunday, do you have guns? I didn't know hounds could steal weapons. Oh, wait, look! Now I have my gun back. Oh, this is nice. I don't know what the problem was. I lost it, but for some reason it's back. So it's all good. It's all good. Coda is your deluxe. Oh, see, I don't know anything about that shit. I've got one of those little fuckers. Hold on, let's look. Oh, not that button. Not that button. This button. All I care about getting is this right here. The floof. Zeke floof. Oh, that's probably what it is. It's a bug. That one didn't scare me.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, that one didn't get me. 4 seconds. In 4 seconds, I can do it again. Ooh, I need to build more of those things. There we go. Here is some. Welcome back. Is that a no. Print is challenged all on her own. She doesn't need help. Ooh, pizza. Mm. Hey, can you take any of these things and set them out as decorations? Tell me. Tell me, I must know. And is this thing broken? Because aren't we supposed to be able to see extraction? There is a place that I have found some shit that I can't get to. That's like up in the sky. Not there, obviously, but someplace. Someplace up in the sky. It looks kind of like a place like this, maybe. Oh! Fuck! Whew! Oh, the bounty has to be done. Find and open the Technorat cache. Oh, before oh. Well, where is that at? Okay, I don't think me and the glasses are gonna get along. Because they're reading glasses. Because Princess is old. Oh, here we go. Okay, where is it? They're reading glasses and they have a freaking line on them. You did it! Hey, do I have to mark that for everybody, or does it picks it up for everybody, right? I don't have to mark it. Uh-oh, Sunday down. Damn it.
Violence? Works for me.
Violence works for me. Okay.
Ugh.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh God, where is it at? Am I the only one that's leaving? Oh wait, well we only have 2 minutes left. Should we wait? Oh wait, it doesn't really do us any good to stay though, does it? It's not like we're gonna get another big chunk of standing. Oh! I forgot to put up my 2. Damn it. I forgot my 2! I can't go to the waypoint. I'm dead. Is anyone coming to get me? Oh, it's coming to get me. Okay. 2 is up. 2 is up.
Time to clean house.
Someone just said it's time to clean house. Yes, please come clean my house. That would be very, very nice.
Oh, hey, Fred. What happened?
Hi, Deado.
Oh, there's a Nova in here. Oh, we should wait. Everyone else is leaving me though. I'm gonna be a follower. I'm gonna do what everyone else is doing. Prin did get the dead. That is exactly correct. Because if I didn't leave with them, I would be all by myself. I would be all by myself and then I would be scared. Oh, how much? Hold on. I need to go look to see how much of this I have. Oh, yeah, I have plenty of space. I have plenty of room to grow. All right. Anyone else want to join us before we go in with 2 randoms? I wanted to. Wait, that's what I'm doing. Echo, you want to join? All right, good shit. My friends. Ooh. Where's the cash? I was storing it in my wallet. Miho, you and Echo are playing. Yes. Oh wait, you were being funny. It went right over my head. I don't think I hear any music. Do you guys hear music? Let's look. Oh, we were switching songs. It's Matchbox 20. Do you guys know who Matchbox 20 is? Oh. Hello, hello. How's it going? I haven't seen anybody in like 19 years. I haven't streamed in 19 years, you guys. 19. Hey, let's see if the giveaway is working. Someone type in !giveaway is space and the number 1. If you've been here for 10 minutes. Oh, Sunday, you do it. Sunday, type in !giveaway is space and the number 4. Chilling in bed. Aw, I'm sorry. I feel ya. I have been dealing with terrible migraines. I am not having any fun. No fun at all. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Thankfully, I don't get dizzy. I don't get dizzy from my migraines. If there's a medicine that I miss, that I run out of and I don't take it for a couple days, then I absolutely will start getting dizzy. It's a no fun. Can I? Oh, how do I get in there? Let's see. Is it down her? Yes. Where the hell did it go? Ooh, more pizza. You did sleep well? That's good. There's one of my medicines that I ran out of. I don't even know how I could have possibly run out of it. But,
Ugh, finally.
it is, I didn't realize, but not having it made me not sleep very well. So that was weird. All right, where's everybody at? So I ended up being 7 days short. So I had to have my doctor call in a 7-day supply so that I could get the 90-day supply filled again. It should be now. Oh. Oh, we don't want to die. Now, why are there 2 of these dudes? Uh-oh. They looked like they were down, and then all of a sudden they weren't. Clearly, I haven't paid very close attention.
Messed up.
Yeah, I asked Auntie for a synopsis of what I'm supposed to be doing. And so I just started doing this, and somehow I ended up with the Lich. I don't even know how. Oh, wait, I can't shoot those. Wait. These guys are yours? Sunday, is that what you said? I don't know. I'll figure it out. Oh wait, we have to find the thing. We need to go find the thing. Wait. That looks like it should have been a thing, right? Someone picked up the thing. Wait, what is it? Does it let me mark it so we can see? It was magnetic claws. I guess that's a mod. Is that a mod? I need to turn down fucking graphics so it's not so bright on my eyeballs. Okay, don't let me die. Someone protect me. I think I already have all this stuff turned down. I don't think I can change it anymore. Ooh, what happens? Oh, that's probably not good. We don't want the brightness down that low. Nope, I think I have everything turned off. Don't save. Yeah. Okay, but we gotta find that thing. How do we find that thing? We just have to, like, happen across it randomly, right? Let me pick it up. Oh, I need to go build more of those air support charges. Because that thing should mark where that thing is at on the map, too. What? Chicken butt! Yeah, it should have said chicken butt. Chaos, type in guess what. Or just skip. Yeah, I think just say type in guess. Why are you getting a new one? I didn't think the one that you had was very old. Or you haven't had the one that you haven't had it very long. Alright, guys, we gotta find the fucking thing. See the doctor's orders. Rogue. An adventure touring bike. Send me a picture of what that would look like. Rogue, I don't remember what meds you take, and I don't want you to tell me in chat, but send me a message and tell me what meds you stopped taking because the doctor said so. Oh my gosh, you guys, we gotta find the fucking thing. Find the fucking thing! Where is it? I like how these things, they look like they have little faces on them. It says get to the objective. Okay, let me check. Okay, don't let me die. Let's see. DIX the word. That's for long distance? What? You need like one of the big ones with the big saddlebags on the back. And a backrest and stuff. Okay, but I am fucking old. I am old, so of course I would want that. Alright, guys. We can't leave. Can't leave until we find the thing. A gold wing, is that what it's called that I want? Or not that I don't want it. What I think you should get. Just wait. You're still young. You'll see it my way eventually. Eventually you'll be like, oh, I need a comfort bike. Hey, there's Clem. I was just shooting Clem. Sorry. Guys, we're never gonna make it out of here if we don't find the thing. I haven't played enough to know where to find all the shit at. You can take that off-road. It's a comfort bike. And I don't know, it just looks like a bike to me. Okay, let's see what's at the waypoint. Someone's probably like, Princess, this is what... Oh, well, there's the thing. There's the thing. So the thing that we need to put it in is close by. All right, let's find it. It's close by. Oh, it comes with the bags? What about a backrest?
Dropping a marker. Time to clean house.
So dropping a marker, time to clean house. Yeah, find the thing and stick it in. Okay. What are we doing wrong, you guys? We've been here for 19 years. 19 years! Okay. Okay, it's over here. There it is. There it is. Okay, we don't have to be here for any longer. Just 19 years, that's it. And then we can GTFO. I did go in. Okay, guys. We're saved. We're saved. We can get the fuck out. Oh, there. Did we get all the things? As many times as I did the ability thing, we should have gotten. So, is that brand new? Are you buying a brand new one? Can't tell. I can't tell if it's brand new or not. But it's not pink, so that's a problem. Yep, that's not pink. Okay, well. I only tried to shoot him a couple times. Let's see. Do we want to keep doing that one? We'll try it again. We'll try it again. Maybe we'll find the thing faster. Oh, I'm gonna fuck call up. Mm-hmm. And define a couple. Well, clearly not enough because he didn't die. Or my aim's just bad. That's it. My aim's bad. Does anyone miss the call missions? Which, I mean, I know you could totally play them. We're going to have an ad in 1 minute and 53 seconds. Shit. When we're done with this one, we should do a 69 giveaway. You miss them? I actually kind of enjoyed them. But now I don't think there's any reason to ever do them again, is there? Wait, where am I going?
Time to clean house.
Man, I might have that lasagna when I'm done streaming. I think that would be good. I think it takes a little longer to cook. Now, I don't know if it's Stouffer's or Lean Cuisine. Probably Stouffer's. Oh wait, I forgot to do my thing. 8.9 times crit damage. You know what? I'm a scrub. I don't know that. Is that good? Is that like super duper good? I only pretend to be a gamer on Twitch. Not really. All right, we got 2. Like, I'm thinking about starting a new city in City Skyline. I started to do it, and then I got bored. Siri just asked me if I want her to do a web search for I started to do it and got bored. No, Siri, I'm not talking to you. I have to tell that bitch all the time that I'm not talking to her. What's this? She will start talking all the time. I'll be talking to Zoe. Well, the reason why I don't know that my computer can handle to stream it and play, even though I have a really good computer. But City Skylines has been really bad for processors. Like, just destroys them. So, the city that I have has 280,000 residents, and it really doesn't want to play very well. Oh my god! Which one of these series is talking to me? I'm not even sure which one is talking. I have 2 phones and an iPad in front of me. Not sure which one keeps talking. But stop it! That's rude! Okay, did we get the thing? Okay, good. Someone found the thing. No, I'll be talking to Zoe, my cat. Ah, shit! I let my 2 go down. Fuck! Help! Help a princess! Wait, who's picking me up and didn't teabag? Echo, you didn't fucking teabag! Oh my god. Echo didn't teabag. What are we gonna do? Fucking ads. Oh my god. I don't know about you guys, but my eyeballs are killing me. See, when I'm not streaming, I don't really look at the screen a whole lot, which I guess is kind of like now. You couldn't teabag? Why not? Oh, okay. Well, I would have totally rezzed myself and then picked you up after I teabagged you. So don't you worry. I got you. I got you. Gotta have our priorities straight. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Echo, where you at? I got you. I got you. I got you. I haven't teabagged to anybody in a month. In a month! Alright, let's GTFO. I don't know if you guys... I don't know if you can hear it. I can hear it. There's like a Tibetan type music playing. Agony! Holy shitballs, man! Welcome back! Hello! How are you? And thank you so much for gifting those subs. 3 gifted subs to... I saw one was... Well, shit. Invader Rocky, and I didn't see the first... Ah! Son of a bitch! Ooh. Ooh. Do nothing. Hello. You guys, we need some motherfucking love and chat. Love and chat for Agony. And do nothing. Thank you so much. It was...
Sorry, everyone.
Oh, it was Goldfish. It was Goldfish and Invader Rocky that got the gifted subs. Thank you for those. Elf voice. Aw, and you gifted a sub to Sunday. Sunday will love that. Let's see.
Alright, we are an elf. Okay, I'm an elf. I'm an elf for 2 minutes. I'm great. My bot is broken thanks to chaos. I don't even know if you can hear me. Okay, we got one more of these. I'm trying to figure out how to log into my bot so I can get my emote. Not a muffin. Wait, what is my bot's name? Oh, it's our muffin bot. Wait, that's not right. Oh, whoa, there's more options down here. I'm a muffin bot. There we go. Okay, I gotta type in the code. There's a code in my email. Hold on, what is that email address, I wonder? Okay, hold on. We're getting a code. Maybe we're gonna get a code. Is it in here? No, it's not in there. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, wow. I can't find the code. I do got a sub. Thank you for that gifted sub to Echo. You guys, give Agony some more motherfucking love.
Exclamation point love in chat. Thank you so much. Agony, how the fuck are you doing, man? How have you been? Ooh. That was so rude. That was so rude. Oh, yes. Sunday and Echo both love to jump scare the shit out of me. You've been well? Good. I'm glad. I don't have enough energy. Oh, there's one up there. Where is it at? Over her. I haven't been streaming as much lately because my migraines have been absolutely murdering me. In fact, I have one right now, but I'm pushing through it. Pushing through. But yeah. So aside from my migraines, I just miss my peeps because I haven't got to spend as much time with you guys as I would like to. But it's all good. It's all good. Got to focus on the positives, and the positives are, yes, I did. I did merge them. Okay, where's... Yeah, Auntie sends me stuff that he finds on the interwebs. Aw, and one's insane awesome. Guys, give Agony some more motherfucking love. We're just gonna make out with Agony. It's okay. We can make out with him. It's all right. They sent me a message. Ah, fuck you and your foot. Fuck your foot. How many do I have built? I have quite a few duplicates. Some of them I don't know why I have like 5. There, I should only have 3. But some of them I have 5 of. Okay, we gotta find this. Gotta find this thing, and I can't do my thing for 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Why didn't it mark it? You motherfucker. And I can't get it off my screen either. It's just like stuck there. Anfi fucking knows how much I hate feet. Okay, I gotta find this thing. It's gonna be right here nearby, right? It's like within the next room or two from where the thing is at. Oh, son of a motherfucker! Whew. Anfi's a motherfucker. That's how he's doing. Oh, God. Well, we'll find it in 3 minutes when I can use my ability again. Your what? Your what, Amphi? Sorry, that one didn't get me because I was having the... You're having your what face? A vitrectomy? What the fuck is that? Are you just making things up now? Are you having a vasectomy? You're too young for that. Anfi, you can't have... Ah, shit. Echo, you didn't teabag. You didn't teabag. There we go. Alright, my 2's up. I won't die for another minute. Stick a needle in your eye and suck. Oh. I didn't realize you had issues with your eyeballs. Do they really suck it out, or do they do it? Ah! Fuck! Oh my God. I have a friend that has to get shots in his eyeballs. I didn't realize it was cataract surgery. I thought that it was... Oops. I thought that it was just like LASIX for your eyeballs, like to just correct a little vision something. Okay, where's it at? That's way too... Oh, it has to be this one over here. Tell you what, my eyeballs are getting real bad. Ah! I do not... Oh, teabag after. Okay, all right. Well, I guess that's okay. Wait, did I not put the thing in? Oh, I didn't put the thing in. Thought I did.
Hello, motherfucker.
Did it get... Oh, there we go. Gotta have access here. Silver? Oh my God, you guys, everyone say hi to Silver. Permanent man-made one. Okay, I'm gonna Google that. I'm gonna Google that. Actually, Anthe, do me a solid and go and email me, or not email. Text me that name that you're having done. The vasectomy. Message me on the DIX sword. Silver got a sub. Whoop whoop. Silver, make sure that you thank Agony. Agony has been going crazy passing out the loves today. Uh-oh. Oh my God, stop talking which one is doing it. It's this one. It's my iPad. I'm not talking to you. And Crimson got one? Holy shit, you guys. Yeah, I don't know how to use Thick Sword. That's exactly right. Oh god, I'm gonna die. I'm coming. Don't leave without me. Oh. Okay, I made it. I made it. Echo made it. We're all good. Agony, thank you so much for all those subs. That is so nice of you. I really appreciate that. You guys, with the exception of Chaos, give Agony some love. Chaos is gonna break the bot. Exclamation! Exclamation point love in chat! Okay. And there goes the bot. Okay, let's go over here. My computer's like, I don't know what's happening. I don't think I... Ooh, I can. Do I have all the rank up juice? All right, good shit. Oh, wait. What did that say? I clicked it too fast. You cannot rank up until the hex finale has been completed. Reach liked with... Hold on, I gotta cough. Okay. I think I'm done coughing. Okay, so what the fuck? What does this mean, guys? Reach liked with all Hex members and visit in the back room to Kalimos. Is that the name? Kalimos. Well, some of a beach. How do I do it? I have to riz up the... What's a riz up the hex mean? I don't know what that means. Is that like a young people term that I don't know? On the computer. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my ship so I can look at that. I gotta put the moves on him. No, not the ship. No, not the ship. Ah, shit. Well, I already went to the ship. Do nothing says yes, the ship. You have to seduce them. That's essential. I have to seduce. Riz is a brain rot term. Or make them like you. Oh god. So I like have to talk to these things like for reals? That one didn't get me, sorry. Sorry, it didn't get me. Charisma. It's a term stupid kids use, thank you. I got to know swagger. So how do I know once I've have someone rizzed up successfully? And do I have to pay attention to these things? But I'm not. some shit. How do I gift him shit? Oh my god. You didn't have Riz, we all wouldn't be watching. You got this. All right. And Duscolor got a sub! Oh, and Zobber Beast got a sub too. I didn't even notice that. I think I was too busy thinking about the Risen. Agony, thank you very much for gifting this up to Duscolor and Zobber Beast. Minus 100 aura for not knowing Riz. It's okay. It's okay. I'm old, guys. I'm super fucking old. I'm not as old as the... What is her name? The Gaming Granny or something like that. What is her name? She plays COD like all day, every day. She is a fucking beast. And she's like 60 something, 63 or something. I know. It's Siri, stop listening to me. Okay. She says okay, but she's not going to do it. Okay, so what's the second thing? Let's do that. Wait, so do these things... Does it matter? Does it matter which of these I click? Ooh, be careful, Pring. You can piss... I can piss them off? Ah, shit. Okay, they can't be mad if I say you're flirting with me, right? You fast to start flirting with me. Are you flirting with me? Yes. Are you flirting with me? What's it say? This one is an asshole. What do you want it to be? Certainly not gonna turn it down. I haven't really made up my mind yet. I'd rather you didn't, honestly. No offense. Wait, what? Wait, what does it want to do to me? I'm gonna not turn it down. Let's do that. Shit, we're in a fucking ad. Fucking ads! Yeah. Oh, who is this guy that's a penis? I don't like him. Wait, did someone type to me who they are? And this one is... I don't know, but I don't like him. BBC. Oh, God. Okay, I'm gonna screenshot that. Hold on. Okay, yes, you guys are in ads. Fucking ads! Let's see. We're stuck here. Get it? So put it back to yourselves. Say a man is peckish. Do we have to feed it? Yes. What's an ad? You don't know. You got all the risk. I was blowing my nose. I didn't see that jump scare. Sorry. Also, the Hex is the whole team. Oh, okay. So I need to be, like, really nice to all of these, right? The Hex ones. Is there any that is an ass and I don't have to be nice to them? All my fancy energy blessing pistol things are accounted for. I think I remember that one guy being I didn't like him. Is that all for now? Probably best. Should I ask you about the weather? Okay. Wait, which one's your favorite? Have to pull a bard? What the fuck is a bard? But you... Hold on, let me scroll back up. Hold on. Check. Glimmer. This one is LOL? What? Hold on. Okay, so the one that is an ass is Quincy. Okay. This Excalibur. Salem is Eleanor. High voltage is Amir. And Belladonna. Who's Glimmer? Glimmer. Oh, Glimmer is. Oh. She's sexy. Let's see. I'm supposed to flirt with all of them? Oh my god. I want Owie. Owie.
Zober Beast 2 says drink up Buttercup.
Drink up Buttercup. I can totally do that. Mm-hmm. Wait. Oh, just be friends. Oh, okay, so I don't have to show him cleavage or anything. All right, good. Are you messing with me? Not at all. I go there all the time.
Sorry, everyone.
Created planet cooling technology.
13 wants
We'll do
Prince
this
to sound
one.
like a man for 2 minutes.
You're rizzing the one. Rizzing. Oh my god. I think I'm too old to say that word. Oh wait, what did that say for 2 minutes? For 3 minutes? What was it? Turn into a man. A man. I'm gonna be a man, guys. All right. Turning off the voice changer. Here we go.
All right. Okay, now I'm a man. Skibbity toilet. Oh, what? I'm not saying. No. No. What is that? What does that mean, Descolor?
Silence from you! You're cut off from talking!
Has it been 15 seconds yet? Who just wasted their money? Sunday just wasted his money on muting me, on muting a princess. I wish I could wink. This is as winky as I can get. My eyes don't close all the way. Oh. There we go. Okay, all right, back to this. I cringed hard with the screen runs. Fuck. Okay. Are you messing with me? I'll do better. These days, people with robotic body upgrades maintain the towers, and I go there all. Oh, yeah, do that one. Please. Does it? Well, that's an accurate look then. Let's see. There's so much one can do.
Did we fix Jupiter 2? Man, my eyes cannot focus on this. Hold on. Let me put the glasses back on. It's a pointy tongue. I tried to get him to fix her tongue, but they couldn't do it. Nope, they couldn't do it. Oh, wait. While I'm reading this, let's do something. Is this it? Hold on. While I'm doing this, do I have this other girl? Oh, son of a bitch! Hold on. I'm trying to find my... trying to find my girl that is, where's she at? You guys will like it. She's got big old titties. My big old titty girl. She's loading. She's loading. Hold tight. It's coming. Ha! Look, my tongue's even pierced. Palumpa got a sub. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Palumpa Agony. Thank you. Oh, wait, here. Here, look. Oh, wait, let's, she can actually dance. Wait, if I click this button, what happens? Oh, no. Hold on, I don't know. I think it's gonna change girls. Son of a bitch! I wanted her to dance. Oh! Well, that's not the right girl. Wait a minute. Where'd she go? Is this her? No, that's not the right one. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Here she is. Big titty girl. Here, she's coming. Here we go. Look, she. Up. Oh, there we go. Oh. Bitches, my hair. Look at those. Look at those gigantic boobies. Nobody needs boobies that big. But look at my tongue. Oh. Where's it at? Lovely cushions. Damn it. There we go. I don't know what. Okay. All right. Focus. Focus, princess. Okay, darn. I guess I'll live with that midnight mind trap forever. Midnight mind trap. What? What kind of trap? Yeah, what kind of trap? Smokin' Joe, hello. You walked into some giant boobies. Oh wait, if I move over. Hold on. This is better. There. My eyes are kind of clear. You see that? It's because the eyeballs are green. I gotta fix it so I can actually use her. But she has lots of green hair, but you can't see it either. But yeah. Oh my god! Siri will not stop talking to me. You like my original one that I had forever? Siri will not stop talking. And it's weird because that's my iPad. I don't even use that thing. Okay. What kind of trap? Yes, No brain's realistic. But definitely her eyes are irresistible anime. The green girl. Okay. That isn't until you disintegrate. Plus, it's the size of like 1,300 Earths. Long fall, long launch. What? She does it when I say Zoe, too. Let's see. The size is relative. Yes, Anthony, when are you gonna stream again? I missed a stream. I was asleep. I only found out about it because I saw it on YouTube. Check. Oh, God. Chat general in Discord? Oh, my God. What is in there? Chat general. Sunday. Jump scary. Wait, can I show that? Hold on, can I show that? There. Wait, how do I turn that screen on? Hold on. Main screen? Does that do it? It won't come on. I would show it to you, but it won't show. I don't know why. Okay, what? I'm an astronaut, and it's not like I'm an astronaut anyway. We'll do this one. You have to fast for the eye thing. Well, he is in New Zealand time, right, Anthony? Does it? If I click the wrong thing, does it not take it? I feel like I have to click these a couple times. Kind of meaningless when everyone is an astronaut. So an astronaut is someone that lives in space. An astronaut is someone who explores space. People can't live there yet, but we visit. That's pretty exciting. Humans are on the cusp of discovering so much. You can hit legendary 5? What? It is a 4:26 a.m. for me, so I am in Eastern time zone. I didn't think legendary 5 was a thing. What's it like to be talking to? So does this conversation just keep going on and on and on forever? It's starting to smell weird. What? Gonna get Quincy to deal with that. Yeah. Really? Well, I'm MR 28. That's really good for me, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so do I have to keep? Eventually they go offline. So so how many of these, how much talking do I have to do to them? One master ranks and you'll get, I know, I need that 33 slots because I'm 30 slots over. I have 30 over. Let's see. Then wait to the next day to talk to them. Oh my god. Legendary 5 MR test and it's hacking. Oh my god. How do I find out if they're fully rizzed? They raised. I can buy more sluts right now. For cereals? How many can I have? Let's walk over here. Okay, slots. Slots. Ribbon sluts. Let's buy one. No! That would exceed the limit of slot capacity. Oh, so does that mean I have 100 and... What? Oh! Oh, you know what? Uroka, hello. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Oh, you know what? That, okay, so it says I'm 30 over. That is because I, it was 60. It was 60 over. I wondered how it ended up being 30. Oh, wait, you rated too? Oh my gosh. Roka, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the raid as well. I'm sorry, I didn't even notice that. I'm at 180, evidently. Yes. Thank you very much for the raid, and thank you for the follow. Let's do... Oh. Anthony, are you doing it? There we go. You're off to bed? Okay. Oh, and we're in the same stream team? Is that... Oh, fuck. Scared me. Scared me. Let me go give a follow. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. Alright, I gave you a follow. I'll check you out sometime. Urchin Rage, hello. How's it going, man? And are you trying to jump scare me? That is not nice. That is not nice at all. Agony, you have a very good night. Did you say that you were going? Hold on. Yes. Agony, thank you for all the love. I appreciate it very, very much. You guys give Agony some love one more time. Exclamation point love in chat. Do it. Okay. And we are going to we're gonna do a 69 giveaway, okay? Why is everything so pink? Because I love pink. I love it. The Dark Knight. Hello. Thank you for the follow. All right, you guys. I'm gonna go to the potty. You guys are gonna type in 69 for a chance to win motherfucking money. Here is a message about what motherfucking money is. You should totally check that out. Oh, who typed in the lurk? Oh my god. Oh, who was it? I don't know who said it, but thank you for the lurk. All right, I'll be right back. 69, no exclamation point needed. All right, BRB. Okay, I bet. Oh. I meant to run an ad while we were gone, because it said that there was an ad coming up. But I don't think it played. What's news? I don't know. I don't know, but we're not in an ad now, right? Yes, toilet's gone. Now we're in a fucking ad. We're totally in an ad. Oh.
Bitch, you wanna make some motherfucking money?
Bitch, do you want to make some motherfucking money? Fucking ads. All right, well, while we're doing the ad, I'm going to go back up here and talk to... I'm going to talk to someone else while we're waiting on this ad to be over. We have a minute. All right, so do I just talk to them until they say offline and then come back the next day and do it again? Sandy, hello. How's it going? Ah, fucking ads.
Hello, motherfucker.
Okay, hopefully you guys will all be out of the ad in 20 seconds. Hey, Anthony, you need to work on your shout out, my dude. There we go. Okay, I have to remember to give them a gift. No, I do not know how. Desk Scholar, how do I do that? Welcome back from the ad, everybody. Welcome back. Hello, Spandex. How are you? I hope that you are doing fabulously. Aw, Amphi just gifted a sub to Spandy. Thank you so much. Amphi, you're so sweet. You guys, give Amphi some motherfucking love. Oh.
Victory scream.
So can I still do it here? Oh. Wait, how do I buy it? How do I afford this stuff? You guys, go give Spandy a follow. He is an amazing Warframe streamer. He usually starts streaming, well, I don't usually see him stream before about this time. So if you guys are up at this hour, you could totally go and check him out. It's just credits. They become dollars. Oh, okay. You sent me a PM with the link for the right gifts to give. Oh, okay, good shit. Thank you for that. Agony, I thought you were going to bed. I thought you were going to bed. Thank you. Thank you for gifting a sub to Blurb. Thank you. Now you're going to bed. Agony has given out so many subs today. Agony has been the hero of the stream. He's been rizzing us all up. Okay, I'll never say that again. I will never say it again. Actually, Halloween hollers are your in-game. Oh, well, that's cool. I got lots of that. I can spend lots of that. Okay, let's do the giveaway real quick, and then we're going to go and back to Warframe. Let's see. Jimmy, bitch! Oh my god. Jimmy, how the fuck's it going, man? When you give one to Blurb. I've never seen anybody gift a sub to Blurb before. Jimmy, how's it going? Oh wait, hold on. I gotta switch over to this screen for a second. How many of you are old enough to have owned a cell phone that looks like this? I am. I'm old enough. I was going through old pictures that I had taken a long time ago. So this was probably back from like 2008 or something, 2007. I had the coolest Nokia phone. It actually had it lit up. So when the phone rang, the sides of it would light up. Oh my God. I don't know what I don't remember if it lit up different colors or it was just one color, but I fucking loved it. You own that one at some point. I was able to throw that off a building and then pick it up and the battery pack in it and the back plate back plate back on. Oh my God, I can't even read. So what's been going on with you? Spandy, I've been okay. It's just I am plagued with terrible migraines. And so I literally have had a migraine every single day for the last 3 to 4 weeks. It's ridiculous. There were many tanks. And now I need to know which one it was that I had. Hold on, let me Google it. I want to see which one I had. It was what do you think it might be? A Nokia. Wait, what is the number here? Spandy, I have chronic migraines. So I take all kinds of medicine. I take all different kinds of medicine, including Botox, and there's a new thing that I have been taking. It's a shot. It's a shot, and it hurt so bad. But it's the thing that gave me 1 day reprieve from a migraine. It made it go away for 1 day. Okay, let's see. Well, shit, I can't think of the number of the phone. Let's see. Oh, here it was. A 3220. A 3220. Yeah, that bitch lit up. Oh my God. I miss it. Here's a picture that it shows the lights. One of the lights green, one of them's red. So, yeah. I was so sad when I didn't use that phone anymore because I fucking love that shit. All right, let's do the giveaway. All right, you guys have 1 minute starting right now to type 69 in chat. This is for motherfucking money, which is, you can learn about that at those 2 links that I just posted. Spoon.com. Hello. Hello, Raven. The only reason it stopped working is because the battery died. Yeah. Well, hey, I can drop my iPhone in water for like 1 second and pull it back out. It'll still work. Spoon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Good luck in the giveaway. All right, so since we haven't done one of these, we're going to do 3. We're going to do 3 of these giveaways. So as soon as we're done with this one, I'm going to clear out the list, and then we're going to have everyone type it in again. All right, here we go. Oh, here we go. One of our friends, Ollie, he has a folding phone. I won't ever get a COVID vaccine. And I did not get a flu shot this year, which is bad because I should. There's a medicine that I take that weakens my immune system, so it's really bad for me to get sick. It takes me forever to get over it. Okay, Echo, you're the motherfucking winner. Type something in chat. A trifold phone. I didn't even know that was a thing. Echo! There we go. All right, so I'm going to I'm going to clear out everyone's name, so you're all going to have to type it in again. All right, guys, type in 69. Wait, what? Oh, I managed to join in time. Prime time content with Princess is very wicked. Okay, let's go back over here. All right, let me give Echo the monies. I know, isn't that cute? I love the way the animation looks for it. Let's see. Oh my gosh, when I gave myself the shot for my migraine the other day, I've only done it, this was only my 3rd time. And it is a big ass needle, huge. And so because it's so big, I really have to like stab it. It went in too deep. It went in too deep. And I had to put an ice pack on my leg because it was bad. I had to put ice pack on it. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'll stop talking about it. Which something that is odd is I'm actually allergic to that shot. But I took half the dose the first time and nothing bad happened. So then I did the second. So then I did it the full dose the second and then last time. Let's see. Aloe vera water. I've heard of that. Ooh! Rude. All right, guys, I'm starting the timer. You have 1 minute starting right now to type in 69. Type it. I got COVID the first year, and I was sick for a month, and it was no fun. I don't remember if it was the sickest I've ever been, but I was pretty sick. I remember Cheater and I, we would get so tired walking from the bedroom to the bathroom and back. I had to put a chair halfway in between so that we could stop and take a rest. Oh, they have flavors. Interesting. Let's see. Oh. You drink it often? I'll have to look into that. All right, here we go. Well, I don't really have any new good stories. I just have to rehash the old stuff. Yep. Next month, it'll be 4 years since he did me the favor of leaving. Crimson! Oh my god! Crimson, you are the motherfucking winner. Type something in chat. Type something, anything at all. There you go. Congratulations. All right, we're going to do one more. I'm not going to clear out everyone's name this time. But if you didn't make it in for this one, go ahead and type in 69. Let's start the timer. Agony just gifted a sub to Raven. Thank you so much. Exclamation point love in chat, you guys. Let's do it. Chaos isn't here to break the bot, so we have to do it for him. Exclamation point 11 chat. All right, Crimson, let's give you some motherfucking money. So I'm going to give you the money and I'm going to send you a whisper. A whisper here on the Twitch with the details of your win. All right, money sent. Whisper sent. All right, guys, I'm starting the timer. Are you ready? Here we go. You have 1 minute to type in 69 if you haven't done so already. You didn't think you would win? I typically do a lot of these giveaways, so yeah, people often win. Agony! Oh my god! Thank you so much! Urchin Rage, look at you! You just got a gifted sub! Thank you! Exclamation point 11 chat! Do it! Oh god, it scared me. That one got me. He's like, I'm a sub! I can jump scare her! All right, here we go. In 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go! Good luck, everyone! Now, if you guys ever want to see how much money you have, type that in chat. Hey, Spoon, guess what? Spoon, you just got gifted a sub. But guess who? Who was it? Who was it? It was Agony. Thank you so much. Exclamation point 11 chat. Look at that. Karma Man. Hey, Agony. Hey, Agony, guess what? You're the winner. A lot of people save it so that they can buy things that are more expensive. Unless you're Dust Sculler and then he never spends it. All right, well, congratulations. Let me... mute me. Don't mute me. That's not the best thing. No, that's not the best thing. All right, let me give Agony some motherfucking money. All right. So do I have to give them gifts every day too?
All aboard!
Agony? Holy motherfuck! Are you for fucking cereals right now? Agony! Oh my god!
Hello there.
That was 50! That was 50 in addition to all of the other ones that he did. Holy shit! Oh my god! That is so much love! I don't even know what to say! Wait, I used to be able to do this little heart symbol, but I can't find it. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. Nope, I can't find it. Oh. Wait, what's this? Oh, no, that's not it. That's not hearts. Wait, what's this? Oh. Well, you can't see it. You can't see it, but there's kisses and loves. It is. Hey, Strider, hello. Okay, I've got to, I gotta figure out how to mute the sounds. How do I... Is there a way for me to mute it? Okay, that didn't do it. How do I do it? Oh, I can't see anything either. Hold on, I gotta figure. I gotta figure this out. Hold on, and I gotta restart. I gotta restart the 69 giveaway thing back up because Primal screams of lasagna.
_Equack says it's time for a posture check.
Okay, all right. How do I mute it? I don't even know how to mute it. Okay, I'm gonna take it out of my ear because I can't figure out how to do it. And Dark Sunstorm, you have news. What is it? Your bank's gonna be mad at you. No. Hey, they'll forgive you because they'll be pretty confident that you'll probably stock them back up again. You better find out 100 is gonna... Wait, oh my god! You did 50 times 2? Holy motherfucker, I didn't even see that! Agony! Oh my god! I didn't even see it was 50 times 2! CD, hello. Agony, oh my god. You have just burst my heart. Burst in a good way. Okay, let me see if I can figure out how to turn off. Okay, let's see if okay, I turned it off. I guess I'm trying to date everybody. Let's see. Okay. Alexa, set a timer for 3 minutes. Okay, so in 3 minutes, I have to turn the alerts back on. Oh, wait, or no, maybe? Yeah, I think I turned them off. Hold on. Okay, I turned it off. I turned it off and turned it back on again. Okay, I think oh, I can only date one? Okay, that's good, because I'm not really good at being a cheater. Nope. You're dating Eleanor? Okay, well, I want to date Owie, because she is hot. Sword Talk, we'll see you later. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us today. I appreciate you being here. CD, thank you also for being here, and hello. CD, type in ! giveaway a space in the number 1, and let's see what it does. You'll paint Agony's Twitch name on your side, on your self-made paint palette. Yes, he's a beast. Why didn't it work, CD? Hold on, let me go look at the giveaway thing. Giveaway. I want to date Owie. She hot. Okay, so maybe my bot is broke. CD, type in ! points.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
Ooh, I got a drippy heart. Okay. Okay, CD, wait, a minute. Agony, you're still here! You are so fucking sweet. Thank you so much. CD, look, you just got a sub too. Whoop whoop.
Sorry, there is nothing to repeat.
Oh my god, I'm not talking to you! Each is different. Great personality. Yes, you did it again. Siri, she will not stop. She'll not stop listening to my conversation. Okay, well, I got, Palumpa sent me a link to the gifts that I should give. Okay, so Owie, Alexa, stop. Owie likes Brittany, bitch. Okay, Owie likes a online some boys rack. Okay, let's find it. Let's see, what's it look like? Boys are back? Yes, she likes this one. Yes. Yes, confirm. Did I do it? Oh, I did. So how many times do I have to give her gifts before she loves me? Let's see. Wait, I'll talk to all these guys later. I don't want to make you guys wait while I do it. Okay, so oh, I don't have anybody in my squad. Sunday, Echo, did you want to come back? Would anyone else like to come and play? Wait, like for real? Wait, like banned in the game? Banned posters in the game? Let's see. And let me know as it grows. Okay, what, Raven? Echo, why'd you smack me? That's not nice. Would anyone else like to come and play? Banned posters are a thing. I didn't know that. How do you get posters? How do I know if I have any? Oh, so I need to go do her bounties.
Okay, I have a little problem. I don't know where the fuck my shit is.
Days. Oh. Wait, do we not have farts? Did we get a fart? Okay, hold on. Been for a while now, Princess. Well, you are new update. You just have to. Oh, okay, okay. I do have this. I do have this guy right here. You just got here? Well, welcome in. How's it going, John Wayne? You sent... Oh, my God. Let me guess. Is it a mag? Is my inbox screaming, there's a mag in here? Let's see. What is it? What is it? Elemental bite. I don't... What is that? What is that? I've never seen that before. I'm gonna have to Google it. Elemental Vice. Let's see. It is... It says, an item used to enable valence override and charge the bonus damage type for a Coda. Oh, okay, for a weapon. Jimmy, where are you going? It's like, I gotta go back to work, lady. God. So this is a good gift? All right, good shit. I'm gonna have to read up on it more. Jimmy, have a great day at work. I'll see you later. Jimmy is my favorite cunt. Yeah, cunt with a K. Some of us have real jobs. I know. If you look on Discord, Jimmy's name is friend's favorite cunt. Yeah. All right, let's see what's the next one. Oh, really? Insane. That's freaking insane. Rocks taste painful, but donuts make them delicious. What? Well, thank you so much. I'm gonna have to do some reading on this. Yes. Twitch warned you. Well, it still let you say it, so that's good. Strider, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's get Strider in here. Would anyone else like to come and play with us? I'm going to take us back over. Hey, so what does this mean? And I got this after I got the Coda Lich thingy. What does it mean? We're gonna be a shark?
Zober Beast 2 just redeemed turn Prin into a shark for 2 minutes.
Let's see. Where is the shark? I am a shark. Green is good. CD, you're more than welcome to join. I don't know about hunting. Are we hunting something? Let's see. CD, are we friends? Oh, there we are. Let's see. Hey, you guys, I'm super happy. My computer is 56 degrees. 56. That's it. 56. Wait, do I have a uvula? Damn it, the shark doesn't have a uvula. In case you don't know what a uvula is, it's that punching bag at the back of your throat. Yeah. It is technically called a uvula, but you can totally refer to it as a punching bag forever. I'm totally fine with that. More. 5 times! Oh my god, 5 times? I'm old! I'm fucking old as shit. I ain't got time for 5 times. Okay, what is it? Well, thankfully, how much Forma do I have? Can you type it? No. This? No. How do you do it? This? No. This? I love Looney Tunes. I have 180. I have 180 Forma. I think I can afford it. Thank you. Somebody, Oh, but my computer at 9 p.m. when I was getting ready to stream, my computer was at 84 degrees. And I decided I better put the cooler in before I do this. Took me 5 hours to put the cooler in, but I did it and it's 56 degrees. King, how are you? I'm doing fucking fabulous. How are you doing? Okay, so we're going to... Thank you. So do I want to click on these and go do them? I guess probably, right? Well, I'm going to do this. I didn't have all of that before I merged. I don't know how I ended up with that many, actually. I'm a great leader. I don't know about that. I don't know. This update is very new to me, so I'm learning all this stuff. So I'm learning, and I don't like learning new shit. My fucking brain is old and doesn't like to learn new stuff. Hey, why can't we pop a wheelie in here? Oh, I bet I can make my bike look fancy, can't I? I bet I can change its colors and shit. Because you guys have colors. Whoever is back there in the back has something different on their bike. It's making me dizzy. Very, very dizzy. That is key. Pink Equinox, huh? I have like 3 Equinox. But I don't know how to play it. That's pretty bad, isn't it? I don't know how to play it. I think it's pretty easy. Guess I just haven't tried. Oh, wait a minute. So, all right, Crimson, you have a very good sleep, and I hope I get to see you again very soon. Take it easy, Lemon Squeezy. Okay, so I put these two. These two, I don't know if they're the right ones or not. But there's something else I have to do. Never mind. When we get out of here, I'll try to remember. Meow. I mean, roar. How's it going, Mac? Okay, so I have one that's right, and then just replace the other 2 with the pink mod. Okay. All right, well, let's, I'll have to look at that when we get out. It's only 1. Oh, okay. I have the right one. Don't have to do... Okay, when we get out, tell me what the pink mods are. Because I don't know what that is. So it's very different from a regular Lich, then. Agony gifted so many subs today. Oh my gosh. He went absolutely crazy giving the love to Princess. And you guys. Agony's a beast. He's a beast. Oh, wait. Can I play this? I used to love that. Oh God, are these guys over here for me? They're gonna hurt me, you guys. I'm over here all by myself, I think. Or I'm not. Okay, so... Do we... Wait, this must not be mine. This one must not be mine, right? Because, oh. Oh, they don't get stronger? Okay, that's good. That's good that they don't get stronger. It is. Again, be safe. See you next time. All right, Palumpa. It was very nice to see you again. I hope I do get to see you again very soon. Is this like your normal time of night that you're on pretty late like this? Oh, that was late for me. It's 5:14 in the morning. Oh, wait. So this is somebody else's? Yeah, usually I start much earlier. Right? So we had 2 of us got one. Forgot to do this. I need to burn. I need to build more charges. $10 a.m. for you. So you are like in the UK? I'm guessing. Is there? All the way over there. Slovakia. Well, I know where Europe is. I know approximately where Slovakia is. Washington. I love fucking Washington. I don't love fucking it. I love Washington. Washington is a beautiful state. I've been fortunate enough to be able to go there. I don't know, like 5 or 6 times. I was just watching a video yesterday. Well, yeah, yesterday. Several videos about Mount St. Helens. See you later, Palumpa. Yeah, I watched a couple videos about Mount St. Helens. George Washington's the best. Are you sure? Are you sure? Sure George is the best? Okay, now let's look at... She's talking to me again. Okay. Can you hear her? Okay. History of the Ford Mustang. Very nice. I haven't watched any car videos. Usually the ones that I watch are going to be about mountains or tornadoes or these. Okay, so I'm going to take these 2 down. With... They all say... Okay, does it matter which ones I put up? It can be any of them. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. Oh, I have watched lots about serial killers and disasters, but I think I've watched all the serial killer ones. Okay, so next time I go and I see the lich and I stab it, it's gonna die, or what happens? We're good to go? All right. Hold on, I want to put... It will make progress faster. Oh, okay. Let me put on one of these that's not ranked up. Oh, God, but I don't remember which one. Thank you, Palumpa. Toasty Punchy. Hey, your name is beautiful. Okay, I wanted to put something on that I haven't ranked up, but hell, that figuring out what that's going to be is going to be hard. Anyone else who had it more than 3 times? Haven't done what more than 3? Because I've stabbed that thing a lot because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. But if you like vanishes, then change the mod order up. Oh no. Okay, so oh, okay. Emotional Kitty, hello. How's it going, lady? I am live. Isn't that weird? It is super weird. You guys go give our lovely friend, Emotional Kitty, a follow. She is a lovely streamer. She's very pretty. And she doesn't... Sometimes she streams with a VTube model, but sometimes she doesn't. And I like it when she doesn't because she's so pretty. She's so cute and she has curly hair and oh, I just want to squeeze her. Because they do like spawning often when you get... So what's my percentage at right now? Okay, so mine's 75. So I should see them a lot. Ah, stop, you can't make me, lady. You can't make me. Let's, you guys go give Spandy a follow too. He's fucking amazeballs. Go give him a follow. He streams Warframe. Spandy, I'm pretty sure I've seen you play something besides Warframe, but these are great spawning numbers. All right, good shit. Spandy is a Warframe creator. He's a Warframe creator, so he's super special. Super special. Okay, so do I go back to... Wait, we can do any of these? So does it matter if I do these, or should we do bounties? Spandy, are you saying that you're not special? He's special. Don't listen to him. It has to... So I should just do it again? As long as there's green tentacles. Yeah, of course, bounties too. They spawn in those too. Okay. All right, well, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. The Dork Knight plays. I tell you what, some of you guys have come in here with some really cool names today. If you stab, they do what? The locations get infected again, which is a good thing. Okay. Okay. I'll remember and figure it out eventually. Pretty old when it comes to being a long-time friend. And old, a long time friend. What are you talking about? Dumb it down for a princess. All right. We're waiting on CD. Yeah, so Anfi said something about he was around before Cheater left, and Cheater left almost 4 years ago. So Anfi and I have known each other for probably 5. Did I give you stuff? Yeah, I remember that name. Yes, but I won't remember that that's you. Fuck Anfi, that's right. MLB, thank you very much for that sub. I appreciate that very, very much. You guys, give MLB some motherfucking love. Do it. How do we do it? Exclamation point love in chat. Do it. Sub for 17 motherfucking months. Oh. Gotta touch the right window. There we go. Maybe we should do some... I need to do some bounties for Aoi so that she loves me. I need her to love me. Aww. Well, I am glad that you are friends with me too. All of you guys do make me really happy. I don't know if you guys know that, but you guys coming and hanging out with streamers, that really makes our day. Unless they're a poo-poo head. Unless they're a poo-poo head, and I don't know what's wrong with those people, but... So yes, I appreciate you guys coming and seeing me and spending time with me. Oh my god, Agony, go to bed! Kitty, look, you just got gifted a sub. She might be getting kids ready for school. Oh no, it's too early for kids to go to school. She's paying attention because those kids are still asleep. I forget, because you're an hour behind me, so it's only 4:30 for you, right? Agony got you, lady. Agony got you. What's this charge delivered thing? Ooh, what's that? We have to have a key to unlock it? To solve lock mechanism. How do we do that? Spandex, thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate it. If I don't get to see you again before I go, I hope that you have a lovely day. I hope that you have a lovely day. Yes, you have gifted a lot. Does it? Aww. Thank you, Raven. I appreciate you saying that. Okay, where does it say? Does it say... Wait, did the bot say how many you've gifted? Is that how you knew? Because I can change it over to all time, and then you can then I can see how much it is. It did say? Good shit. Did it say that you're a beast? I'm pretty sure if you ask the bot, it's gonna be, yep, Agony's a beast. Hello, demon. How's it going, man? How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I've gotten lots of love today. Oh. Lots and lots of loves. Demon and Emotional Kitty are the most recent recipients of the love. Did I... What happened? Please to Earth Proxima. What's a Earth Proxima? I don't know what that means. Is that good? Ooh, I can go to Railjack already? So is that different than other liches? Yeah, Agony's a fucking beast. The lich is easy. And is it the same thing where I can't take people with me? I have to go by myself? Oh. I do have to go by myself, so Spoon is ready to do theirs, so we could go together. Man, I need to build some more of those air support charges. Okay, so when we're done with this, do you guys mind if we disband the squad for a few minutes so that I can go and get my Litchy baby? No, you're welcome. You can, so I don't have to go with someone that is at that same point. You can go with people. It goes faster solo. Why would it go faster solo? Or encore. Okay, is taking down the lich called an encore? I'm brand new to this. Solo then? Yes. Yes. Me and my lovely revenant. So I don't die so easily. Hey, is that a Templar? What's that mean? Well, the main yeah, I'm gonna go with you guys. For solo and some prefer well, I don't know. Okay, so all right. So do I need to let you guys go for a minute and then do it with Spoon since they're affairs? On course, basically boss fights, but with bad fair. Oh, did it with 4. It's 4 encores and it was okay. You got your Zaku Prime blueprint. Very nice, Rogue. Good shit. Better late than never, right? Okay, so Spoon, are you gonna send me an in-game message? Are you going to bed, Anthe? Wait, it's not your bedtime. Oh, is it your bedtime? Anthe, send me a message on Discord and tell me what city you live in, because I'm always asking my Alexa to tell me what time it is in some random place. hell was that? Bye, Ian. Melbourne. Is that where I say? I don't remember if that's what I say or not. You remembered? Okay, I'm going to try to remember. I know where Chaos lives. Chaos is really easy because he's at the bottom of the country. Okay, so, all right, so Spoon, where are we going? Oh, wait. Okay, so Strider's still with me. If Strider can stay, that's great. If not, I'll invite you guys back when I'm done. You're close to Rogue. I just remembered Rogue lived in New Zealand. Just kidding. Rogue does not live in New Zealand. You know what? I don't know why. Oh, guys, my railjack is shit. Fuck. We should have taken somebody else's railjack. Do you want to, destroy the hives? Oh, so this is, we're just killing people on here? As an X-Men character? Raging Terror! Oh my goodness! Hello! Welcome in, Raiders. How the frick's it going? Rage, I am like literally never live when... I am never live when you end. So this is like, this is a special moment. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it very much. Oh, wait. And who said that about... Oh, it boards the ship twice. I'm not going to lose my Aussie viewers. If I can keep Rage, I can keep anybody. Destroy the speaker. So that's what's going on over there. I'm sorry, my ship sucks. How did all of this equipment end up out in space? How did it do it? Okay, so guys, I had a giveaway going, but I think it's broken. Hold on, let me go look again. Someone type in ! giveaway, a space, and the number 1, and let's see if it works. Let's see. Hey, it worked. All right, good deal. All right, so that was... So okay, all right, good. All right, so you guys can do ! points to see how many points you have, and then go spend it. And then you get points every 10 minutes that you're here. But I'm going to be doing another 69 giveaway here in just a little bit. Oh, wait, what's going on down here? Are we fixing the ship because it broke? What's that? Do I shoot it? No, but you already spent some of the points. You already had a couple points, I think. All right, so this is my first time doing this, so I really have no idea what we're doing. Can I go down here and shoot it? Will this help at all? Oh no, you got it. You got it. I don't know, but it looks pretty daggone cool. All right, so now we get out and we're gonna go in. I'm scared. Should I be scared? Let me in. Okay, where are we going? This, slingshot for a superhero landing. Gotta remember that. I always forget about the slingshot thing. We're waiting to go in the bottle. I always call it the butthole. That's what it looks like, right? Destroy the screens. Are there... Do we have to destroy... Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay, so we just... Wait, I can't hurt... Wait, I can't even jump up there. I'm trying. Oh my gosh. This update is pretty interesting. I honestly have no fucking idea what we're doing. I'm doing amazing! I'm just gonna stand here next to Revenant and let him do his thing. Now we clear the ads, okay? Okay, so these guys up here on the stage, we can't hurt them. We're taking out their enemies? Oh. Us. Oh, so do I have to worry about those laser things? Maybe not as Revenant, but if I weren't Revenant, they'd probably kill me. But if I wasn't Revenant, the lasers would get me. Yeah, buddy. Whenever Princess doesn't know what the fuck she's doing, she's on Revenant. What's this guy? Do we do something to purge him? Oh wait, which do I want, guys? Left or right? Vanquish or I want to keep the shit. What do I do? Oh my god. Tell me quick. I think it's Vanquish. Is it Vanquish? I'm gonna click Vanquish. Okay, yeah, that's what we want. Whew, just in the nick of time. Oh. Yes, we do, Agony. We got super lucky. We got a raid from the Raging Terror. Whew. All right, so basically we just do that. Just do that again. This is spoons. This is spoons, guys, this time, right? Whew. I did it! Whoop whoop! Yeah, I think that I'll probably always want to pick Vanquish then, right? I can go to bed! Oh my god! It's complex. Hello. Army, thank you very much for gifting that sub to It's Complex. Well, I like to decorate shit. I haven't decorated much because I wasn't sure about the merging account thing, and I finally did do it. And I gave up my PlayStation account, which was my decorated ship. It was my most decorated ship. So yeah, so now I can start decorating my ship. There's a thing that I had. You guys, a lot of you guys know who Seijo Umbra is. He has this really cool like rainbow curtain in his ship. And I freaking love that. So I made that in my PlayStation ship. But so I'm gonna build that. I'm gonna build that back. The fuck is that? Is it gonna, oh god, it ate him! I guess eat me too? I got fucking eaten. I wasn't expecting that. I need that Syndana, like, right now. I need it right now. Alright, so do we just go back to our sheep? Oh, wait. Oh, we do that. Yes. Guys, I have a spider obsession. So, I want a jumping spider. Technically, I've had 2. Technically, I've killed 2. I'm super sad about it. So that's why I really need that, that ephemera, I mean. Ephemera. Ephemera, that's what I meant. I knew it was an ephemera.
Hello, motherfucker.
Tokyo, hello. How's it going, man?
All is well, I trust.
I'm vanquishing. All right, well, that's all I want to do then. I just want to vanquish. Spoon, thank you for coming and helping me take down my first Coda Lich.
Voice log.
Oh yeah, this is my dojo, but I didn't decorate this dojo. All right, going back to my sheep. Tokyo, how are you? Yes, I'm on very, very late, but I started very, very late. I didn't start until like almost 3 a.m. Yazi, hello. Yes, I need blood. I need all the blood. Oh, so I got a floof. All right, let's get the floof out. See you later. Vital, hello. Yeah, Agony has been crazy. He's been crazy with the love. Okay. Oh, that's not it. Equipment. Spectre. No, not Spectre. Orbiter. It is late. Cinder, is it time for you go sleepy time? Decorate. No. Don't want to exit. Hey, I wonder if I already had some of these. Oh, wait. Do I already have these? I think I do. That's... How do we make it bigger? How do we make it bigger? R for scale. Let's put it right here next to... Oh, wait. Right there. So I had all of these original ones. I don't know how many there were. But... do the ones from the liches, are they special? Like, can you only get it from doing the lich? Alright, let's get my squid back together. Oh. Yeah, I got lucky. You guys gifted me. The ones that you can buy. You're dealing with your quota? Okay. All right. So I got that Lich quota, whatever. Kinda, but I'm here till the end. Aww. You're so sweet. Well, I don't want you to get your sleep schedule all messed up just because a princess is here. We love our Cinder. We haven't done a shout out for Cinder in a few minutes. We need to do it. My shout out button doesn't work. Vital score, did I say hi to you? Vital, if I did not, hello. I hope that you're doing well. All right, let's do, hey, while we're waiting for CD, let's do a giveaway. What is our ad? Our ad timer? It doesn't say. We can't see what the... All right, everyone type in 69. Do it! Type it in. This is for motherfucking money. There, I just posted 2 links in chat. Oh wait, I can't snooze it. Okay, I'm gonna run the ads. I'll be right back. You guys stay right here. Hold on. Is it gonna do it? I will be right back. I'm going to drink myself a protein shake while we wait for the ads. This is it's called Winter Mint Chocolate. It's by Premier Protein and it is pretty tasty. But they won't have it. I bought 2 cases. And they won't have it again until next Christmas time. So I don't know what flavor I'm going to drink after these are gone. She will not stop talking. Welcome back! They have a new flavor out that is lemon something. And, I'm not sure if it's going to be good or not. They had a flavor a year or so ago that was root beer. Blech. It was disgusting. It was terrible. They're still up there on the screen is from Twitch Guru is a little thing up there. It's left over from a shout out that I gave to Emotional Kitty. That's weird. And the Twitch Guru isn't even working at all. Argon 6, hello. How's it going? Oh shit, you're probably in an ad. Argon 6, hello. Can you hear me? Welcome back, everybody. All right, let's do this giveaway. I'm going to start the timer. You guys have exactly 1 minute starting right now to type 69 in chat. This is for a chance to win motherfucking money, which is a currency that you can win here on Twitch, on Discord, or on my website. Shit, what was I saying? Oh my god. What was I saying? Oh, you can use it to redeem items from the Warframe in-game market. Agony! Oh my god! Hey Rogue, you just got gifted a sub. Let's all give Agony some love. Exclamation point love in chat. Let's do it. Break the bot. Break it. You have my permission. You have my permission. Break the bot. Okay, but now we're gonna do our giveaway. We're gonna do the giveaway. He is. All right, here we go. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? I am overflowing with love. I appreciate it so very much, Agony. Very much. I'm saving till you've rallied the luck. Hey, Agony! I almost spit my shake all over my keyboard.
Rigged! Motherfucker rigged! Do you see this shit?
It is totally rigged! It is absolutely rigged. I admit it. I did it. All right. Agony, let me go give you some motherfucking money. Let's see. Very much earned. If I could rig it, I totally would. This is like 2 in a row. You're gonna be rich at this rate. Okay. Rich in motherfucking money and Prin love. Oh, it's here too? What? What's here? All right, CD, are you ready? Let's see. What does one do? Well, what I would do is I would use it to buy things from the Warframe in-game market. Like, if you win 1 money, you can redeem it for... You're still fighting? Okay. You can... That Twitch logo thing in the middle of the... Oh my god. I gotta figure out how to fix that. Guys, the screen is gonna go black for a minute, and I don't think you're gonna be able to hear me. But I gotta go figure out how to turn that off. Hold on, let me figure out which it is. I think it is... Okay, you're not gonna see me for a minute, so just know I'll be right back. Woohoo, it's fixed! I had to go find it on another scene, and there's no audio on the other scenes.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Fucking love that song. I have listened to that song. Wait. I've listened to that song probably 9 million times. 9 million. All right, let's go. Audio is still annoying, isn't it? Hey, Rach. Hey, Rach. How about you shut up? How about you shut up, you Kiwi? Ah, no, she didn't. She did. She did. But I'm a cute little dog, so he's gonna forgive me. Aren't ya? I tell people when I raid Rage, I'm like, when you go in there, tell him that he is the best Kiwi ever. He is so mean. He is so mean to me.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yeah, because you called me a fat ass. Yes, this is Rage's favorite. The doggo. Oh shit, my eyes are blue, but look. You can see behind them. Wait, I'm a pant. Oh, I'm a puppy. Now they're that's just my face. Furry sound. Look at my cute little. Look, wait, look at my cute little. Look at that little stub. I don't know how I get it to wiggle. Wiggle. Yes, I'm adorable. Ooh. I don't fix. It won't fix. Okay, it's gonna fix. Uh-oh! A minute. I actually have some other things on this that. Hold on. Where is it? I have some of these where you can like, well, where she looks like she's been shot and she falls over. Fuck, I'll have to figure out how to do it. I don't remember how to do it. Yeah. She's licking those lips and off we go. That was uncalled for. Uncalled for. Okay, how did I end up getting my Coda Lich thingy? How did I get it? All right, CD. You take it easy, man. Thank you for coming to play with us. Second parts building. Very nice. Agony? It didn't get me. It didn't get me. Sorry. I'm immune! Kill Tech Rock until they drop a red banana and then hack the worm computer. That scholar? What? Hack the worm computer. That scholar? What? The computer. Where you play the old worm. Okay, I got this Lich. I didn't play any worm games. And I didn't find any red bananas. What? Yeah, but how did I see it? So I kill stuff, I pick up a red banana. I shove it into a computer and play. Go to solo so other people don't fuck you until... Oh, I don't really want to get fucked. I'm not on the pill. The ciphers, the sixth one is the snake game. Okay, how do I don't really want to get rid of my squid. You've not passed it? Oh. Kill stuff, get rid. Play with my worm. Rage gets it, but we're talking about worm. Do you realize how odd it sounds? Do you realize how odd it sounds? Find a red banana. Stream and kick. Is kick like OnlyFans now? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Tenotron, hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How's it going? Only Prince, that's right. Okay. All right. Well, I won't worry about getting one of those right now. So, Echo Strider, is there anything in particular that you want to do? Do you want to load up your own mission? Do you want to go do... Oh, let's go do bounty for Owie. It's dinner time? Okay. Hey, I'm glad that I got to see you. Thank you for coming in and seeing me. Enjoy your foods. Agony. Thank you. Oh, wait. Let's see if I can do... You can see the hearts this time. Oh, wait. Here, Agony. Here's kisses. These are just for Agony, you guys. Okay. We're going to... Okay, so Owie is a defense. Is the defense scary? Hold on. Let me wait. I have a space for one person. Would someone like to come and play? Siri, I'm not talking to you.
Okay.
I wish I could give a hug. Starting in April, you'll be working again. Oh. Who said that? Rage. Of course it was Rage that said that. Ridiculous. Top right, not bottom. What? Destroy 6 backpacks. Okay, so this is a defense. Therefore, you will not be around. Well, not around at all, or just not around as much. Well, I hope we still get to see you. I hope we still get to see you sometimes. Okay, so, I am going to... Rage, I'm ignoring you. Working from 9:30 to 6. Blech. That's it. That sucks, man. But hopefully you'll be rich. Will you be rich? You are happy? I wake up in the morning and I think, who am I going to ignore today? And every single time I ask myself that question, I say Rage. 10 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. That would be more my hours, definitely. 10 to 8 in the morning. Those are my fucking hours. Nice to have some income again. Well, Tokyo, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. If that's what makes you happy, I'm happy for you. Require. Oh! I can't play it because I have to be hot and fresh. Oh wait, this one. Can I do this one? Oh, that's not Owie. That's not Owie. I'm not hot and fresh, so how do I get to play her? Prince Happy, you've done something wrong. I look hot and fresh? That's what I thought too. Do Quincy. Who's this Quincy? Is Quincy the one that's mean? Okay, we'll do this one. Friendship comes more from talking than bounties, really? Oh my god. So I'm just gonna have to like sit and talk. Oh wait, I don't have it on public. Who is the one that's an asshole? Oh, and go get on my bike. Oh, I need to fashion my bike. Nah. Friendship comes from being a nice person. That's how you be my friend, is you be a nice person. Fine. I'm scared. I feel like I'm here by myself! Oh! Where's my squid? Yeah, I'm a nice fucking person. Oh wait, we need Cinder to come in and type in her command. Track. I'm gonna track you. Track. Oh. Wait, does that mean I run? I chase it? Oh god. I've not done this before. I'm chasing it, okay? We're tracking. Oh, is it staying here? Okay, now we protect the cat. Wait, the cat sniffs what out? Agony, you are clearly a nice fucking person. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so generous. Oh, it sniffs out the capture target. Okay. I don't think it's possible to be generous unless you have some really good qualities. So sometimes people will say to me, be like, wait, why are these guys red? But you picked it up. What's it say? There something gland? Do I stick it in the cat? Oh, I just walk it over to the cat? Oh, to get the scent. Okay. What was I saying? I don't put it in the cat. Oh, and what's this? Pick up. You ever smash it, bro? What the fuck? Okay. Oh, is that the red banana? Is this the red banana? It looks like a red banana. Okay, what do I do with the red banana? Where do I stick it? Oh, wait. Is that what this yellow marker is? Okay, I'm gonna stick it. Now, this game. Do I have to be good at the game? Can I fail it? Oh, God. Oh! Oh! I failed it. Yeah, I did it wrong. Use a... no soup for you. So I've got to find another banana now. Oh, I can use a cipher. I can use a cipher on the snake? Oh, okay. I lost the banana. Damn it! Damn it, man. Wait, where's the... I gotta go. I'm terrible. You're just now figuring this out. Okay, this is the one I don't know how to get to. How do I get it? Oh, I get the lich even if I fail? Okay, someone come over here and show me how to get this. You still got yours? All right, good shit. Help! Help, please. But I need this. I need this thing. I need to know how to get up there to get it. There's been 5 fucking times I've seen this and I haven't been able to figure out how to get into it. You don't know how to do it either? Of course, it's always been when I was in a survival and I was about to die. So let me look around. See if there is a hole. Those don't look... That doesn't really look like a place I can go up. No. I don't think I should go down. I don't think down will get me where I want to go. Oh, we're gonna shoot this. We are looking for this thing up here in the sky. See, look, there's nothing. You got a banana? I need to figure out how to get up there. Shooting the ceiling doesn't do it. Get into the tube. Okay, in. How do I get in it? Okay, well, this is one end of the tube. And the other end is closed, so that's not gonna work. Oh, wait, what about down here? Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I have seen this at least 5 times. 5 fucking times, and I couldn't figure it out. Thank you. Siri said she doesn't know how to respond to that. Stop listening to me, lady. Well, finally got it. Pizza! 3 of 8. All right, so now we can get out, right? Yeah, John Wayne is living up to his name. Oh, fuck! All right, you got me that time. Just Wayne? Okay. I can probably remember that. Agony's like, I got her! I'm like terrible with people's names.
Oh my god, you guys haven't touched the balls yet? Touch the balls!
Touch the balls. Mm-hmm. I'd forget my own name if it weren't attached to my shirt and my underpants. It's probably nothing right over here, but we'll give it a second. Maybe it'll find something. Nope. All right. Oh, gosh. Agony! Oh, my God. Guys. Exclamation point love. Exclamation point love. Do it! Hold on. What was that? Hold on. Ladies don't wear underpants. Well, what do we wear? So I don't like the word panties. I hate that word. So I will never say it. So I wear underpants. Yes. Knickers. No, we don't. I mean, 100 years ago, that's what you call them in the UK. I've not had anyone tell me that before. Prince a dude, so he wears boxers. That's right. I am a dude.
I am absolutely a dude. All right, I got to go for real this time. Y'all have fun with Furry Town USA.
That's right. I wear men's briefs for the support. That's exactly right. Agony, thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for all of the love. I feel very, 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 very loved. So thank you so much. I hope you have a great sleep. And I hope I get to see you again very, very soon. Siri just said you're welcome. That's dangerously close to this guy. I can't tell. Is he good looking? I think he's kind of good looking. I don't like the color of his hair, though. Oh, wait. He has a mullet. Ah, God. He has a mullet. Oh, my God. Wisp is like, hey, that's my dude. Get away from him. You gotta let me know when you stream. Twitch doesn't tell you? Are you still in my Discord server? Because I do always post on there. If you're in this server, you can mute everything except for the go live channel. Oh, wait, that is your wisp. Well, aren't you pretty? Are you? Is that why she's been so bad? She's been very, very naughty. Agony. Never mind. I was gonna break into some OnlyFans character that I am not. You've been very, very bad. You need punished. It is way too early in the morning for punishing. Oh my gosh. All right. All right, I have space for one person. We're gonna do like 2 more of these, and then we're probably going to... Yes, punishing, yes. Yeah, Agony has been very good at being bad today. Or being very bad at being good. Either way, he's getting punished. I have an OnlyFans just so that someone didn't have my name. Someone didn't have my name. Anfi has one too. Oh, no, the red banana worked. Look, 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 look. I got tail feathers. Oh, that's all right. But there's no thingy. There's no floof. Daggone it, there's no floof. Oh, but there's a poster. I got the ugly one. Well, daggone it. I'm a sub yesterday. What? What are you talking about? Hold on one sec. Okay. I had the sneezes. Which I say, achoo, shit. One time I said achoo fuck, and someone was in another aisle at Dollar Tree, and they're like, bless you. I was like, aw, that's so sweet. Okay. Okay, so do you guys care if I do this? It's easy. Wait, Aku, did you get a red banana? Next time, proceeds to cough on the person. And sometimes, yes. It's so funny because it's like, okay, if I'm like in an environment where I have to be good, I will not say fuck. Chris, you're so close. So close. Oh, you're not doing them yet? Oh, how come you don't want to do one? Woohoo! Oh. 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 So usually I will go, achoo, fuck. Achoo, shit. It catches people off guard. Oh, you have a Kuva Lich. Gross. Agony, I'm sorry, man. Sorry, that one didn't get me. You're gonna have to try again. But wait a minute. You're supposed to be in bed. God. I remember them saying something about make sure you have your liches done. So I was real happy that I didn't have a lich. I haven't had a lich in forever. Just a little bit, Zoe. Zoe's locked in the hallway. She can't get in here because I was working on my computer. Your mom cusses for you. I've known someone that when they sneeze, it is like jarringly loud. Yeah, it will scare anybody. Oh, I didn't do the thing. It'll scare me. It scares me, but I'm easy. It's easy to scare me because I'm so fragile. I'm fragile because I'm old. Very, very old. The supply cache self-destructs. Yeah, I was trying to do this when I was on my own. I could not figure out where the... You have to find 2 of the things. I could find 1, but I could never find the second one. So maybe I only got it unlocked maybe twice. I just happened across it. That's you. Zoe. One of my first glitches, the name sounded like Peekaboo Feel Your Bum. It was the best glitch ever. Zoe, it's sweet. It's sweet, baby. She's like, why am I locked in here? She's locked in there because I was putting in my new cooler in my computer, and she would have been happy to assist me. And by that, I mean laying on everything and getting cat hair everywhere. So she's like, why am I locked in here still? Oh my gosh. That is a long time that you had that lich. Holy shit. When I started my PC account, liches were pretty new. And I was an MR6. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. But MR6s, even if you think that you're geared pretty well for an MR6, you are not. Not nearly strong enough. I thought I put my 2 up. Fuck. Help. Help. All right. Well, I will see you when you get back from walking your pup. Thought I had my 2 up. Thank you for the lurk. Oh wait, we're smacking this guy here. I didn't have my 2 up again. Oh my god, princess, this is ridiculous. Okay, 2 up. Get the 2 up. 2. There we go. Oh wait, are you down? Of course. I did it wrong. All right, so I gotta swap out that one. So, do you only put one of those mods on at a time, or can you put on multiple of these? Can I put all 4? I can put all 3 in there, and then when I know which one it is, then okay. All right. I'll do that. Antivirus mods. Wait. I'm a learning. Okay, that's not the way to go. Let's find a way. Oh. It's useless on its own. Oh, Oh, okay. I got you. I can do that. I got 10 seconds. Let's see if we get anything in 10 seconds. 4 seconds. There we go. I need to build some more of these. Ooh, they're not even that far away. Let's go. Guys, don't leave. Let me get the... Don't leave. I need the things. All the things. Oh. Okay, it does 5% odds on, so if you're 90. If you're at 90, okay, I don't understand what that means. I don't understand what that means. It does 5%. What's that mean? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So I okay, so okay, so it's not... Okay, hold on. Let me put these up. So we don't want that. That one didn't work. We're going to get rid of that one. Put on this one. Get up there. There we go. Okay. Okay, so this meter here. So as this goes, well, let me, shit, we're in a fucking ad. Fucking ads! Let me go back up and read. Okay. How much do you need to stab to work with it? Oh. So I have to, okay, so I have to stab it multiple times with the correct mod equipped? Am I following? Let's focus on finding the correct one. Okay. Okay, all right. Let's, we're gonna do one more, and then we're going to, oh, that's not what I wanted. Now Alexa's talking. Fast travel. Bounty. Wait, is that what we... No, we don't want bounty. We want... How do I get to the computer thingy? Or do we want the bounty? Fuck, I don't know. Eku, was it you that wanted this, the Quincy guy? Do you want to do that again? Oh, wait, this says chemistry available. What's that mean? Wait, does this one say that too? Chemistry resets. Well, why does it say chemistry available if it's not going to let me have it? Maybe I should do this one. Destroy. All right, let's do this one. Let's do this one. So this thing that Anthy's having done to his eyeball. He sent me the name of it so I can see what it is. I think I've heard of this. To provide better access to the retina. Maybe I don't know what it is. That doesn't sound right. I know someone that has to have shots in their eyes to help sop up blood that has leaked out of veins. But I don't think that's what Andrew said. I'm so glad Strider's with us. Strider was missing for a while. I was very, very worried about him. Oh. My computer wasn't reading chat to me. Man, these dudes are kind of scary looking. But hey, do you guys get the feeling that these are kind of modeled off of Destiny characters? Especially the ones that like slide from side to side. I think they're called like slicers or something. Oh. It's scary in here. I don't think I want to be in there. Guy's head just exploded and green shit went everywhere. Okay, I don't remember if anyone said, but these little things that you're picking up that you can trade in for standing, are there any of them that you can use as decorations in your ship? I think this is like the first mission that I've done where we're outside. Weird. Oh yeah. If we can use the things as decorations, like the pizza box. Okay, so we can have something that's like a pizza box. All right, well that's better than nothing. They should really make it to where all of that stuff can be used. I got you. Okay, if you guys are new here, we have a rule. If you go down, you get teabagged. Argon burger meals. Yeah, so if you guys see me teabagging people, it's just because we have a rule about it. If you go down, you get teabagged. We have different rules around here. These things are different in Prince Street. Oh. Gimme. So what enemy is it that you killed that get the banana? The big red banana? Is it just any of them, or is it a specific one? You got no clue. What do you think I keep you around for? You're supposed to know everything. Everything. Yes, that's right. That's right. That's right. I do. I get teabagged the most. That's exactly right. Although when I started using Revenant, I definitely got teabagged less. Which I think that you guys were pretty disappointed about. Like, man, we're used to being able to teabag her like 50 times a stream, and now we only get to do it 47 times a stream. Yeah. So when we are done streaming, we're going to go see Spandex. No, don't nerf Rev. What do you... Why do you say that? That's horrible, Descolor. That is like the worst thing that could ever happen to me in Warframe. 50 permission. I am a pro gamer. I don't know what you're talking about. I like rarely go down because I'm such a professional. 31 seconds. Professional. I really hate this elevator thingy. Much time. 9 seconds. Here we go. Here we go. You're having a date with Eleanor. I understand. I understand. Oh, we got 2. And, oh, that one's really far back. That's all right. I got time. Unless one of you guys are closer. Uh-oh. Do we have time, or are we gonna die? Oh, we might die. Wait, can I hit this? That's all right. I can go back and get it because we have time. Oh. This way. Don't let a princess die. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, wait, there's 2 thingies over here. Oh, God, this is probably the thing that goes in there. Yes, it is. The thingy that goes in this thingy. Thank you. Yes, I did not know where to stick it. Archangel! Hello, sir. How are you? You know, when I went live, I knew that there was no way you were going to see that I went live because it was 3 in the morning my time. So I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you for that resub. 60 months! Is that what it is? You subbed to me in your sleep? You woke up for a second? Well, I mean, what time do you have to go to work? Because I remember you having horrible hours where you would have to be getting up at this time to go to work. Oh my goodness, Archangel, go back to sleep. Good grief. Are you crazy? But yeah, so usually I see you before you go to sleep, and now as you're waking up. Aw, what a great way to start your day with a princess. All right, guys, everyone type in your exclamation point. See how many points you have. See how many points you have. And then type in exclamation point giveaway, a space, and that number of points. Oh, no, I'm going. We're going to go. I'm getting ready to get off here right now. We're going to do our last giveaways, and we're going to do a 69 or 2 69s. Please do it for. Oh, good. Good. I'm glad that it's fucking working. It is broken so frequently. All right, so this one, this one that you're typing in the points for is for 3 muffin money, 3 motherfucking money. So that is, you can look at those 2 links to see what that's about. But basically, you want to win it. And then I'm going to do 269 giveaways, so you'll have a chance to win 2 monies then. Hold on, I have to yawn. Ugh. Archangel, I will see you next time. You go back to sleep and get yourself some more sleepies. Oh, fuck! Who did it? Deathsculler. Deathsculler, how rude. How rude. All right, I'm going to start this timer for 3 minutes. But everyone should also type in... Oh. Everyone type in 69. 69, type it! So what is today? Today is now Tuesday, is that right? Today's Tuesday. Don't do it the way Deathsculler did it, though. He did it wrong. He typed out 69. He's not going to win that way. Yeah. Oh, it is almost Wednesday for you guys. You guys live in the future. The far, far distant future. What? Far, far distant? Distant future. I don't know. My brain's tired. I can't think. Far into the future. Let's just say that. Far into the future. Yes. All right, so I give this 3-minute timer because sometimes the bot breaks. And so I give everyone enough time to be able to do it. So hopefully the bot won't break. 3:52. Yeah. I still have to clean up all my computer mess before I can go to bed. And I have to go package an order and feed the dogs. All right, so if you guys win the 3 muffin money, what are you going to buy with it? Or are you going to save it for something special? The timer for the 3 muffin money, that's what we're going to draw in 50 seconds. And 50 seconds. So, I'm definitely not going to be streaming tonight, Wednesday. But I think, oh wait, today's Tuesday. So maybe Wednesday. Wednesday or Thursday is when I hope to be back. Forma, crew, Riven, Warframe slots, got you. That is a good plan. That's what most people spend their money on, actually, is different kinds of slots. Aku is saving for a skin. Very nice. I'm not muted. Shut up, rogue. Okay, I'm going to end the giveaway in 1 second. Oh, wait, I didn't have it pulled up. All right, here we go. Closed. And let's see who the winner is. And the winner is... Who is it? The Dark Knight! Congratulations! Okay. Siri is still talking. CD, you didn't make it in? Well, you did have some of your tickets. You did spend some of yours. Oh, the Dark Knight, you are here. Good, good, good. So if you weren't here, it would have been okay. I would have just sent you a whisper. I would have sent you a whisper to let you know that you had won. All right, I gotta copy and paste your name. Wait, what the heck are we doing on that screen? Hold on. We're on the wrong screen. Okay. All right, now type in 69. 69 while I give the Dark Knight some motherfucking money. If I can freaking copy and paste the name. The stream broke. What? It doesn't seem broke. Okay, let's try this again. Copy. I don't know why it's being such a puke. Oops. Alright, let's try this again. Give points. It's 3 muffin money. That is 3 motherfucking money. Uh-oh, the timer is almost up and I'm not ready. Okay, I wrote on there that you won it by a 69 giveaway, but that's not right. But that's okay. You got the money and that's all that matters. That's the important part. Oh, wait, I didn't start it. Hold on. Timer is up, princess. Hit the button. Okay, so you have your money and you have your whisper. You have the money and the whisper. Let me know if you have any questions. All right, so whoever's name is selected here, you're going to have 40 seconds to type something in chat to claim your prize. Oh, my fuck. There's going to be an ad in a minute and 43 seconds. We got to hurry. Chris, oh my god, you are the motherfucking winner. Congratulations. Type in something. And we're going to have an ad in a minute and 30 seconds. And I don't have any snoozes left. Chris! Oh my goodness. Chris! Type in something! Oh my god. Chris! Now is a bad time to go poop. Oh. I was just getting ready to put the poop sign up. All right, let me give you your money. Anyone that didn't make it in, I'm going to give you 1 minute. Fuck, we're going to be in an ad. Nope. I'm going to start it right now. We're going to do one more winner. Okay? All right, Chris, let's go give you the motherfucking money. So you get 1. And I send you a whisper. Oh my gosh, where's my button? Spoon! Oh my goodness. Spoon, congratulations. You are a motherfucking wiener! And now we're in an ad. Okay, let's see. This was from 23. Oh my goodness. Priz, you had money from 2023, but he deleted most of them, that's for sure. Priz, you either spent your money or it got deleted. Oh, you kept waiting for ads. No ads for you. Chris, can you hear me? Yeah, Chris can hear me. They can hear me. Okay, good. All right, Spoon, I'm going to give you your money. Well, this is you after stream. You're going to go sleep. You going to go sleepies? Yeah. Me too, but I got a whole laundry list of shit that I've got to do before I get to. But that's okay. That's okay. I'll be all right. So what happens is Stream Elements says that if you're not active within a year, the money disappears. So I'm not exactly sure how they determine what the definition of active is. So I don't know how much money you had, but I can tell that you didn't spend it because I marked down what you bought with it. All right. Rogue, thank you very much for coming and hanging out with me today. I appreciate you being here. I know sometimes I don't get to see you, but I'm super glad that I got to see you today. Along with all of you guys, I'm glad I got to see all of you today. But Rogue, it seems like there's been circumstances that have kept us from being able to play together, and so we're all good. You had a 2-year break? Oh, well, that's okay. We all need breaks. We all need breaks. All right, is the ad over with? I think. All right, so we're going to go see Spandex. Now, he does have a job, so we might not be able to spend very much time with him, but we're going to try. Let's see. Hey, you are very welcome for the stream. I don't think you... No. I don't think that you spent them. I didn't write down that you spent them. So I don't think that you spent them. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay, guys. Thank you all for being here with me today, and all of us. I hope you guys had fun. I had fun. I had a unexpectedly long stream, but we were just having too much fun to stop, weren't we? You are very welcome. All right, guys, join my Discord server if you haven't done so before, because I always post when I go live on there. I know Twitch is sometimes funky and they don't give out the notifications like you would like. But yeah, so join the Discord server. You can mute the whole thing, just leave on the Going Live channel. And yeah, so come and see me next time. All right, guys, thank you for all the love coming to play with me. You guys are all amazeballs. Thank you for being here. All right, guys, we're gonna go see Spandy. When you get over there, tell him you love him. Tell him he's amazing. All right, here we go. All right, bye, guys. Love you. Bye. Oh, I forgot to end the stream. Ah! Okay, bye.